Commission. This meeting on Monday, March 21st, 2022. I'm calling this meeting to order at 5:33 on this brisk evening. I'm going to read the governor's message here. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order superseding certain provisions of the open meeting law GLC 30A section 18 and the governor's June 16, 2021 act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency. This meeting of the Webster Conservation Commission will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. The board will record the meeting for the purposes of note-taking. Anyone else wishing to record the meeting for personal use must notify the chairman in advance, and that would be me, Joey Wigglesworth. And I want to welcome everyone once more. The first order of business is the meeting minutes for approval from March 7th, 2022. Has everyone read the meeting minutes of March 7th? And I've got just two corrections, Mary.
Yep.
Number one, under 69 South Shore Road, there is a line where it says Mr. Shirillo and it should be Ms. Shirillo.
Okay.
And also there is a section where it says that the state, I don't have the minutes in front of me. It says does not support walls, or it says no, it should say the state is supporting natural walls. I think what Tracy was trying to say, or what I was trying to relay, was that the state more or less is try to keep a natural shoreline instead of having a wall.
Okay.
You'll see that line in there. It says no walls.
Okay.
Yeah, Joey, that line
Yeah.
says the state is now enforcing no walls on the shoreline.
Yeah, that's not what I was relaying there. It was more of a you know, the state is looking at keeping a natural shoreline versus walls. That's what they're looking more at. So I kind of disagree with that statement there. That wasn't what I was relaying.
So Dan, where is it, like at the beginning? The 69 is a long one. Is it at the beginning or toward the end?
That's about the middle.
Yeah, it's about,
Okay, I'll find it.
it's about 10 lines down from the start.
Okay.
I would just put supporting in there,
In fact, it is 10 lines.
and I would be fine. Any other discussion on them?
No.
Motion to approve changes to the meeting minutes.
I second. Oh,
Make that motion.
okay, I second, okay.
Okay, Clarissa with the first, Robin with the second.
All right. Ms. Shirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewell,
Yes,
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Duteau,
Yes,
Mr. Brown.
Abstain.
All right. Mr. Wigglesworth.
All right. Thank you, folks. All right, we're on to request for determinations of applicability known as RDAs. We do not have any. We're going to move into public hearings, notices of intent, also known as NOIs. First up is 27 Bates Grove Road. This is the Thomas Claybart removal of railroad ties, construction of a stone bank. Do we have Mr. Claybart on, or?
No, this is going to be continued.
Okay, Do we know the date, or is he just continuing to the next meeting?
I think, let's just go to the next meeting. He's gonna hire an engineer, so.
Okay, so Mr. Claiborne's hiring an engineer, and can we get a continuance to April 4th, please?
I motion we continue 27 Bates Grove Road till April 4th.
All right, thank you, Robin, with the first.
Second.
Robin with the first, and was that Fred?
Right,
It was.
yeah, Fred.
Fred with the second.
All right, Ms. Sherillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes,
Ms. Johnson, Mr. Duto,
Yes,
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. All right, moving on to 69 South Shore Road. This is Mr. Rudnicki, construction.
Joey, you got
Yes.
the wrong agenda. You must have the old one.
I guess I do have the wrong agenda. Ah,
8 Douglas Road is next.
8 Douglas Road, sorry about that, folks. All right, let's see how many more mistakes. 8 Douglas Road, Daniel Brennan, construction of a garage and replacement of a concrete pad. I believe we have Glenn on the line for this project.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Mr.
we need to have,
Kozlowski.
Dan needs to read the meeting notice. or
Yes, so Dan, take it away, please. Dan, could you read 8 Douglas Road?
Dan, you're muted.
nope, I'm not muted. Here I am.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I need you to read the notice for 8 Old Douglas Road, or 8 Douglas Road, rather.
Okay, in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act, this public hearing is being held on a notice of intent filed for 8 Douglas Road. And that's, I don't have the rest of the information in front of me.
All right. Okay, all right. Let's move forward. Thank you, Dan. All right, Glenn, take it away, please. Mary, you have plans for this one?
Yes.
Thank you.
When you're ready. Let
Have
me
them
know.
up and, yep. 1 second, Glenn. Thank you.
Sure enough. Sure enough.
All
Thank you.
all right, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Conservation Commission. The Grenons had hired us to propose a garage where the existing garage is now. The existing garage is 20 by 20. I do want to thank Mr. Bach for coming out on Saturday to look at this. And then the proposed garage is 30 by 45. You can see it on the plan if it's on your screen. It lays on top of the original 20 by 20. We do also have, as far as mitigation, there was a concrete pad over 422 square feet that had been requested. Mary might confirm this, to remove, although it wasn't done under any permits and it was just recently removed. I'm not quite exactly sure why before I got involved, but also there's a small 63 square foot pad that is still sitting there. We put stakes out to where that recent pad just removed was, and where, again, we're going to restore this area. There was some push of material, and if you can see the red dot closest to the river, there's a topo line directly to the northwest of that dot. Approximately from that point outward, there was some push in this fill material there. Mr. Bach and the client, Daniel, and I had looked at it, and he's obviously cooperating, and we're going to remove that fill, that loom, some rocks in it, take it out of there, and then restore this inner riparian zone. Again, the pad gone, the other pad gone, get back to the original A horizon. planted as the planting scheme directly on the top of the plan would explain. Again, we still have that topsoil in there, so the original topsoil, it's buried up towards the river, and we'll expose it with a mini and plant this with bushes and saplings, seed it with a conservation seed mix, get out of the inner riparian zone with the work. And basically, there is a stockpile area directly behind the house, as you might see. I'm not quite sure. I don't see us, and unless Daniel wants to chime in on this, why we might need a stockpile. Normally the stuff near the river, we're going to put right in a truck and get it out of there. And the new garage does sit on a pad, so there's not a deep hole to be dug there. But any footings that Daniel might need to build to make sure that, as he had talked, that he wants this obviously solid, not moving, that he any material that comes out of that hole normally also, it might be stockpiled for a short period of time, but would be removed from the site as the lawn has recently been planted. A parent septic field location, you can see that had gone through, although that is a repair of septic is exempt from the river law. So that could have worked through because it was outside the 100-foot zone, buffer zone. It's exempt from river, but not from regular wetland protection reg. But it is over 100 feet from the buffer zone, so it would have been outside your jurisdiction in that one case to see it. And we're placing this new building right up against the asphalt that's there now. We did, and I sent it over to Mary. It's on this plan too. We had the engineer, Mary had asked for what the lot alteration square footage is as far as percentage, and I'm looking for it. It's at let's see, at the top. We're at, this better be the latest plan. We're approximately 5% impervious on the entire lot, percent of total alteration, restoration. The latest plan that we did send over today, oh, there it is, all the way to the right near the top. You'll have impervious lot calculations, existing and then proposed, and we're at, as I recall from looking at it earlier today, 5.88%, and we're presently at 5.46%. Because we are removing those other that were impervious, that pad in the middle of the restoration area, and that of the small 63 square feet, we just that impervious to a small amount, but we did add a Cultec unit in to handle the roof runoff of the new garage, put that water back in the ground. And so, although not required under state law, it's pre-existing law, the foundation, it's stone and mortar. This does go back quite a few years, so well previous to riverfront reg and stormwater, but stormwater would only be triggered in generally at 4 houses or greater, and this is just a garage, so it's not triggered, but we did put that, as the commission likes to see, that this is also agricultural zone, not lake residential. We're not quite sure if there is an
I'm on a Zoom
impervious.
call with the commission.
Almost. I don't want to take much more of your time. I'll take
Yes.
any questions on that, the project.
The only thing I didn't get was blueberries.
I'm
Aaron,
sorry, is
could
this
you
the client?
Could you please make sure that Russo and anyone else is muted, please? Sorry about that, Glenn.
Oh, I thought they were asking blueberries for this. No, okay, thanks. We have a,
Yeah,
no,
we
I
want
was,
Irish blueberry in there.
sorry, I didn't get them in there, and they won't be hybrids either. Northern red oak and white pine, gray stem dogwood. These are fact up plants, sweet pepper bush. So as Judy Schmidt once said, she doesn't like to see wet stuff in the upland, although winterberry and such does grow fine where it's planted. So we always give you fact up plants when we're
Yeah.
doing upland restoration. And so that's why when that blueberry came up, I goes, oh, let me see. Okay, so that's it. And I would oversee generally. I don't need to be hanging over my clients, but we want to make sure we take out the fill down to the original A. Don't go any deeper than that. So there might be just a slight bit of oversight there to ensure that we have that restoration area done tightly and cleanly, and then we'll probably order the plants for him. These are New England wetland plants, and we'll get this. Okay. Thank you.
Awesome. Glenn, what's the date of the plans that you have? The latest plans?
The plans, was just revised for the amount of the percentage of impervious, we, and if the.
Yeah, I think
uh,
this is the old one, so I think it's just, it's missing that info, so sorry about that.
I,
Yeah, I mean, I just want to make sure, because this says 2/4, I think this one said 214, Mary.
Yeah,
It's not a major. I mean, this is, a really well done plan here. I mean, not a big deal
Yep.
for a holdup, but,
but
um,
we did send it, if I could through the chairman, we did send it over. I told my son to get it, because I only just received it. I told the engineer Friday, or when Mary asked the question, what's the impervious? So, or percent impervious. I have a revision date of 3/19/22. And Mary, I would ask that, unless my son was not listening to me, which I'll have to talk to him about that, he
I
was
think you
supposed
should
to
cut his
send this.
pay.
What? I'm
I
sorry.
think you should cut his
Yeah.
pay.
I was just going to give him a raise too, never mind. So 319 gives you that top agricultural ASFR zone and lot area, frontage and the square footage of impervious. Where did I see that again? Yeah, I'm sorry, all the way to the right underneath the locus is where this new impervious lot calculation comes in. Do you not see that, maybe?
yeah, we have the old plan, Glenn, and I'm sure he gave
Okay.
us, maybe he gave us paper copies and we didn't, anyway, I'm sure we'll figure it out afterwards. I think
Yeah,
this
no,
has been.
Well,
that's,
I-
I mean, this
I will-
rendition is fine.
Well, the amount of impervious, let me just say one thing. We did look it up as far as this is agricultural, and I see that you have a 40% don't exceed for impervious on the lake residential, but we didn't see, and we would scrutinize the zoning, we couldn't find under agriculture there was any 40 or a certain percentage of impervious. I can understand it on the lake, only because they're
Hey,
such
Glenn,
small lots.
it's from the Lake Watershed Protection District, which this is in.
Right,
So that's where it's from.
Yeah.
It's under that
Okay.
Lake Watershed Protection District.
okay. Well, we are at 5.88.
Yeah, there's no issues
So-
with it.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
well, that was the add-on to the plan from the 314 to the 319. But we'll make sure you have that that blurb to make sure that we're clear on the questions you asked. We wanted to give it back to you, that answer.
Okay. All right. So I'm not seeing I don't have any questions or any issues with this particular project. Commissioners, any specific
Yeah, this is about
questions?
cut and dry as you can get.
Yeah, it really is. If anything, it's definitely an upgrade.
Could we maybe get some boundary markers?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably a good idea. Can we get some boundary markers, Glenn?
Sure. Yes, what the commission wants, the commission gets. I heard that somewhere once before.
Oh, I mean, I like the sound of that. How about 1, 2, 3? How about 4 or 5? Does that sound good? Board?
If I
I
could,
think we
Chairman, what would
I
you
would think some along the 100-foot riparian area and then some along the wetland. So maybe 2 along the wetland next to the driveway and 3 in back. I don't know.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure. Could I work with Mir? Do you want to outline the position now, or do we want to work with
Why don't
Mary?
you walk
Whatever you'd like.
it with Mary, and you guys can determine that. That's fine.
Sure. Mary, if I could through the chairman. Mary, if you put X's where you want them and send them over, I'll just have the plan revised and whatever detail. What is your normal detail on these? We've been doing 3 feet in the ground, 1 foot sticking up. We've been doing concrete. We've been doing granite. With the 4-footers, they're broken out of a place I can get them, so they're reasonable. Not like buying the full 8 or 7 footer.
Yeah,
which is,
the board is actually, we've been doing a lot of signs instead of
okay.
with the posts, so
Okay.
but whatever the board wants. We have the signs on like a metal post.
Sure. Do you have a detail that you could send along and we can make sure the plan shows it and where you
Yep.
where you put X's, we'll put them at those locations. They sound, if I ask my clients, Daniel, this is a reasonable thing. It is found in most, through the chairman, found in most towns that they're looking for monuments. just so that the people understand down the road, don't go filling or altering these areas.
Yeah,
So
and they
it-
have
we-
to stay yeah, I mean, they have to stay in perpetuity. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Daniel, you there?
yeah, for him to understand.
I don't know if my client made it to the meeting.
Okay, yeah, just so he understands that these are permanent, not to just satisfy us and then rip them out later.
Exactly. We'll make it clear to my clients, the wife, the
All right.
husband and wife.
I
Excuse
had,
me,
I
the
had one more
uh,
question. How many trees and shrubs, Glenn, did you have a number for the number trees and shrubs that you're putting in?
Looking at the planting scheme. At 10-foot spacing. So what we would normally do, in wetlands, we do 5 to 7, but in woodlands, because it seems they grow larger, we'll just take that 10-foot spacing, take the area, and then there's a formula, a percentage, a fraction that New England Wetland Plants gives us that will come up with the number. I'm sorry, I don't have the calculator in front of me, but I can tell you that, well, I could run down and get the number, but I don't think I have the square footage at this moment. It would be that area from the 100 inlet or towards the river, and then multiply times the fraction, and it gives you the exact number of plants that's supposed to be at 10-foot spacing. If the commission wanted it a little bit more tighter, 9 or something, you'll have to tell me now, and I can use that number.
All right, that sounds fine for me.
Yeah, that sounds,
Yeah, on the plan, it says 14, just over 14,000 square feet.
Okay, so it would be, I'm gonna actually give it to you because you guys might want this book at some time in the future, and I have it at my fingertips down in the office. At 14,000 square feet times this number will give us the number of plants, and I'm just putting the phone down. I'm gonna give you that number. It's right here. The number that you would multiply the 14 with is 0.010. You multiply that times 14,000, it gives you the total number of plants. If you happen to have that. And from that, we take an even distribution of the woody plants that I explained to you that I would be putting in. Did anybody multiply that out? Because I'm too slow.
That's 140 plants, Glenn.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens when but 140 plants, and that's 140 plants. And
1%.
I will say that New England wetland plants only range up to $12 to $13 a piece. So that's what it is.
Huh.
To the client, if they're listening. 140 plants. And that would be, let's see, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 goes into 140. That would be on each species, that would be the number. And I can, when I revise the plan just for this last, hopefully time, we will put the numbers on the plan and the other, also the, whatever else we said a second ago, I wasn't writing everything. Whatever else, the monuments. So there's plants, 1, monuments, 2. And I think that's it.
And is
Was there
it,
another point?
is it fair to assume they won't be mowing in that area?
No, none.
all
It's going to
those
be
plants.
bushes. It goes back to forest.
Yeah, that's awesome.
awesome.
Okay.
All right,
Monument.
so because this is a public hearing, I'm just going to, at this point, unless there's any other discussion with the commissioners on this project.
I have
I have,
questions.
Go ahead, Karen.
What is the elevation of the garage?
Well, it's not like a house, and I know we usually have top of concrete, bottom of concrete.
Yeah,
It's the garage is at grade. It's at it would be running around 586, the same grade as the asphalt that comes up to it. It's not
Okay.
it's not raised. So that contour just in front or towards the road, 586, again, we don't have a lip or a rise to jump up into this. It's going to be a straight in drive into. So let me say that the back of the garage, we see a 585 just hooking on the back right corner, and up in the front of it is 586. So let me say that generally we would be 585 and a half, because that's splitting. I wish that at this point, right, if we picked up the edge of existing asphalt, where you see that note, that is going to butt directly into as you drive it on a level or slightly. We don't want water going in, but whether it be an inch or two higher than that. But that, if that gives you the idea of our elevation,
Okay,
that's,
well, since you,
we'll
since you're
make sure in the
revising
future,
the-
any in the future, excuse me, through the chair, that's an error too. I could call it an error, but we will make sure that in the future, any garages we show, because I have one just upriver from this, we'll have the final elevation of the garage. But it is right what I just told you. It's not, probably, again, 585 and a half. Splitting hairs would be in there.
Well, you are going to revise the plan, so it'd be helpful if you did put the elevation of the
I have a
garage floor.
circle on it. We will do that.
Okay, and then I have one last question. Mary partially addressed it. On the northeast corner of the garage, where you pull back the tree line, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
how many trees will be taken down?
There's no trees in there. That's sumac, staghorn sumac. There's some fox, let's see, the foxgrape is in there, not the frost. It's herbaceous.
Okay,
There's
thank
no
you.
no trees in that corner.
That's it, thank you.
My
Alright.
pleasure.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Do you guys want a silt fence? They just have a wattle on the plans. So do we want a silt fence and wattle?
It might not be a bad idea.
If I could, through the chairman,
Sure.
where there's any, it's all level around the garage. And the only place where we have that slight slope is over by the red dot closest to the river. If I might ask that from the concrete pad that you see out there in that open area we're going to restore, that we're not going to mow, that we're going to plant, if we put silt fence standing with the road to my back, facing the concrete pad, I would ask that we have silt fence from the back left corner of the concrete pad, right over to where the present at least shows the wattle. If we could go from there, circle all the way around towards the brook and come back up, and then perpendicular again with the back right corner, that's the only steep area of this whole lot
Yeah, I think that
that
that's
might
appropriate.
have any movement of material, because we don't have a lot of overland flow with this. This is a gravel area. It's actually a hydrologic soil group. It ranges between A and B. I think this one's a Canton soil. To your consultant, it is a Canton. It's a B. So again, we're just going to go back down to that original A horizon, and to have the client use it everywhere where we're in, mostly on the right-hand side, standing on the road facing in the right-hand wattle in the lawn. That's all lawn on both sides. So it's, so there's just not a slope to this area, nothing considerable at all. And thank you, if possibly, if I could just keep save them a little bit of money on that wattle. It's not a major deal, but I don't see the need for it all the way around myself, but that's up to you.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. That I think that that's appropriate.
Okay, silt fence,
All
I
right,
have that.
all right, last call to the commissioners.
I'm good.
Okay, all right. Anyone from the public? Abutters, any questions, comments? Last call from the public, as this is a public hearing. All right, hearing no comments or questions from the public, can I get a motion to close the public hearing, please?
Joey, I'll
Motion
make
to
the motion.
close.
Oh,
You
I
good,
have
Ray?
one.
Hayden with the first, Robin with the second, does that sound right?
That'll work.
Robin with the second, yes?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, And Mary?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson, Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yeah.
I didn't hear. I say yes.
Okay. Thanks, Clarissa.
All right, so motion to issue order of conditions.
I'll make the motion to issue the order of conditions for 8 Douglas Road.
Okay,
I'll second.
Michelle with the first, Hayden with the second.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes,
Thank you.
And they have a DEP number.
Oh.
okay, sorry, forgot to ask, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. We did ask Miss Judy Schmidt to see if she could move it along. We gave her some detail on what was there. I know they're busy and short-staffed, so we appreciate Judy and getting that out. I'll make sure to thank her tomorrow.
Absolutely. All right, so thank you, Glenn. It's good to hear your voice and I hope all is well.
Oh, same here, same here. Good to be in front of the commission again. Thank you again, board. We appreciate everything. Have a good day.
All right, and Glenn, let us know when the project for your other project there is ready to be heard.
We will. The final thing was, we had a new computer and our photos. There was so many that they just finished cleaning it up, and so we can get the last thing on all right road. Should I say, yes, to show another sediment source coming in. That'll be the second exhibit on with the lake being drawn down. And that should wrap it up with our Boston submission because it is a dredge project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good luck. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay. All right, so Mary, on my agenda, I've got 69 South Shore Road now. Is that correct?
No, so
All right. I guess I will call upon you to let me know who's next.
okay. Sutton Road Bridge
All right.
Project.
Sutton Road, do we have a representative for Sutton Road, or are we just discussing this here? TEC, do we have Jody?
Yep, I'm here.
Jody
I'm
and
here.
Matt.
Yep, we're
All
both
right,
here.
so Jody and Matt, how are you?
Good, how you guys doing?
Great, great. I did receive a phone call, about 10 minutes prior to our meeting. And, as you know, we were, looking to have wildlife, biologists go out
Yes,
and take a look at that, area. He was able to do it for the town, pro bono, for us, as he's done work for the town several times, and it was a gracious thing that he did for us, seeing how this project's got to get moving.
yeah, appreciate that.
He was impressed. His report to me was that he was impressed with the area. He'd like to see the stream channel stay the way that it is. It is looking very nice. It would be a great cold water fishery. If you know, any work that's done there, it really needs to stay intact. And that was something that I believe I had spoken about the last time, was
Yes.
to keep it intact.
Correct.
His question was that, you know, are you guys using a lot of the stream crossing methods with this project? He had asked me about that. You know, just making sure that, you know, just minimizing a lot of, you know, impact to that resource area.
Sure.
He didn't see any evidence of traveling you know, any of the protected species. However, he did see some paw prints of other terrestrial, you know, folks. So
Okay,
there is some traffic that does go underneath that area. So
Okay.
I don't know if are you keeping that the same size? Is it just
yes,
placed in kind?
it's purely a rehab to the existing structure, so
Okay.
the span's not increasing. The only work that's in the stream is to de-water, to do the concrete repairs along the water line. So that is all staying the same, and the intent of reestablishing to pre-construction conditions.
Okay, so there won't be ever any complete blockage of it, right? It's
Yeah, we are bypassing flow in 2 steps, if you may remember
Okay,
from our
yep.
phasing. Yes, we're maintaining flow through the project area
Yep.
for the duration of the project.
okay, great. All right,
Yep.
just as long as you know, our wildlife friends can continue to use it,
Absolutely.
whether they're in the water or whether they're walking through.
Mhm.
But he gave it a pass, so
Great.
that's good with us. From, if I remember from the last time, I think the board was good with everything. As far as from your presentation, I mean, I've been through hundreds of these presentations, and you guys were really well prepared, so.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. There were a few minor comments that we memorialized with Mary the next day, and I know that Karen had comments related to adding some of the shielding notes, which we provided, and we
Yep.
changed the erosion control barrier material as well. Matt, am I missing anything for the other ones?
No, and then just the disturbed areas, if they could just be hydroseeded or spread with a pollinator, just
Yeah,
to get
pollinator
it back
mix
to the
it.
pre-construction conditions.
Yeah, that was one of them. Yeah, and then just no, yeah, the other thing was just using the burlap so that, you know, it gets left there and just degrades into the landscape, and yeah, no netting is great.
Great.
I think also we're gonna verify any tree removal.
Correct.
right.
Yep. So we double checked specifically in the areas of where we're proposing those riprap slopes, if we have any presence of trees of significant size, and we confirmed that there's no planned removal of any trees. So
That's good news.
Okay. All right, so commissioners, any other questions on this project?
Good.
All right, to the public, any questions on this state funded, which is a wonderful thing, Sutton Road Bridge project that you'll be seeing on Sutton Road, rehab for Sutton Road Bridge that goes over Sucker Brook. All right, last call for questions on the Sucker Brook Bridge rehab project. All right, hearing no questions, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make the motion to close the public hearing for 8 Douglas, I'm sorry. For the Sutton Road Bridge project.
I'll second.
Dan and Fred.
All right, Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. All right, motion to issue order of conditions, please.
I'll make the motion to issue the order of conditions for the Sutton Road Bridge project.
Second.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Dan.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson, Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
I'm going to abstain as I haven't sat through every meeting on this one.
Okay, Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. Mary, Clarissa had to leave
Okay,
at 6:08. All right. Jody and Matt, thank you very much for a great presentation. Thank you very much for a great project. And we look forward to nothing but excellence on this one.
Looking forward to it as well. Thank you
All
all.
right, thank you.
Have a great night.
All right, you too. Take
Take
care.
care.
Bye-bye. All right, Mary, because I've got the wrong agenda.
yeah.
Next one.
29 Beacon Road, Perry Shafetz.
Okay. We have Mr. Shapetz on the line here.
I'm here. I don't know if you guys can see me, but I'm on the phone. I mean, I'm on
Yes,
the
Mr.
Zoom.
Shapetz, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Great,
Actually,
thank
actually, Jamie from Stately Tree Service is going to be talking to you guys today, so he can
Okay.
answer your question better than I can. So
All right.
hopefully, Jamie's.
Jamie, you there? Jamie, I think you're muted.
Oh, yeah, I might have muted him because it was noisy. Where is he?
Were you asking for blueberries, Jamie?
No.
How we doing?
Trying to get into a meeting.
All right.
So,
Ja-
so Perry's looking to have 2 trees taken down, one larger twin red maple, and then another, I'd say probably 18-inch, about 90-foot pine tree. They're both sitting up on like an embankment that's kind of like a gravel, loose type embankment, and he just has concerns of them eventually coming down on the.
Okay. Mary, do we have any
Pictures?
kind of view on this?
Yeah, I'm getting it right now, sorry.
All right, so Jamie, what's your assessment aside from the fact that they're on an embankment?
I can definitely understand Perry's concern. I mean, the red maple does lean pretty hard towards the house.
Which direction do they lean? Do they lean north? Do they lean south? Do they lean east or west?
So they would be leaning, I believe, to the north, basically away from the water. There's like a larger, I believe, oak, a couple other different species of trees that tower over both the pine and the red maple. So they're both reaching out, trying to find the sun, which is basically causing their pretty heavy lean.
I think I have the trees here. Perry, can you confirm that these are what we're talking about? If you can see them, maybe you can't.
Hold on, Mary. All right, I see one next to a shed. Is that the one, Perry?
Yep, you got him. You're pointing to whoever's controlling the cursor is pointing
All right,
to.
yeah, that's Mary. Yeah, that's Mary. Okay.
Yeah, and then there's another one.
And then the pine, is the pine next to it?
It's right where she's pointing. It's to that picture to the right.
Yeah. All right, so these 3 in a row.
Yeah, I don't know how you count the two, the shares a base. So there's that, whatever,
Yeah.
if you count that as one, assuming, then there's a pine next to it.
Okay.
So just, and then there's a third tree over there that you're staying, right?
Correct.
Yeah, there are other trees on the property that are staying, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right, well, from what I remember, this lot is pretty slim on vegetation as it is. Are you planning on replacing with anything? Oh boy, I just dropped the water bomb in that house.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on mute again. Sorry about that. But yes, we are planning on replacing the trees.
Okay, so what, do we know what we're gonna replace them with and where they're gonna go? I mean, they don't need to go in the same place, Perry, I mean, but we just need to know what,
Yeah, I don't know the species yet, but I believe you have and there's a list that I could choose from, but I do have a few spots that we want to put them. They will not go in the same spot.
okay. Given, given their size, we'd probably be looking at a 2-inch caliper. For the maple, you'd probably be looking at least an 1-inch caliper for the smaller one. And then, we would need to know where they're gonna go.
Okay, how would you like me to tell you that?
Mary would need to come out and she would just need to verify where they are.
Okay, I'll hook up with Mary on that.
To the commissioners, any comments?
I'm good.
I'm all set.
Okay. And to Mr. Stately, how will you be taking these down? Are you gonna have to use a crane? You're going in there with a bucket?
Yeah, so we have to come up the right side of the property with a bucket truck. Unfortunately, a crane is totally out of the question, just with the size of the driveway and the power lines being on the house side of the street. Craning those out isn't a possibility at all. So we're gonna be taking the bucket truck up the right side of the yard and taking them down on lines, controlled, lowering everything down, assuring nothing goes into
Okay.
the lake or anything like that.
All right. If you run into any issues, please partner with the Conservation Office. It's great to finally have someone from Stately on the line with us. We see your signs and we see your trucks around quite a bit. And I'll be honest with you, we see you doing work in wetland areas often, and there have been no communication with the Conservation Office from Stately or from the resident. So if you're doing work and you see water or you see a swamp, please connect with our office. You have to file with us. The resident or you can get fined for not doing work without a permit.
Okay, I do understand that, and I know that there has been a couple times that we had run into issues. So now I'm more involved in like the permitting process because I've had customers in the past say that they've gotten permits and stuff, and you take somebody's word for it, and lo and behold, that they didn't pull a permit. That falls back on me. So
Have them show you that they at least got either, they've checked in with conservation, administrative approval, or an RDA. Usually a tree can be an RDA or an administrative approval, but they need to clear it with conservation if they're near a wetland. That's a state law.
yeah, I do understand that within 100 feet.
Yep. Okay. All right. I just need to, yes.
I'm sorry, but I need Mary to put the plan back up.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, thank
Yep.
you.
Just a minute here. I got things blocking me. There we go. So this is just to remind the commission, he has a notice of intent in front of us. He's working on architectural plans for the porch, but he wanted to get the trees taken care of kind of beforehand while he had someone lined up, I believe. And so we're just talking about the trees, and then the rest of this will be, we'll be looking at another time.
Okay, because it says wall repair. Where is wall repair showed on the plan?
You looking at his list of items?
Yeah, on the agenda, it says retaining wall repair. Is that wall at the water or is it in the interior of the site?
That's not for now, Karen.
Yeah,
Okay.
actually, Yeah, the retaining wall repair is this stuff here. And it's basically, it's like minor, I don't know if you guys remember, he's got cracking blocks and the top blocks need to replace. It's kind of a minor, it's very minor deal. And we'll be talking about that when we talk about the rest of the project, I think,
Okay. All right, thank you.
later. Who's that?
All right, so moving along here. So because,
Let me know if you need my help.
well, Mary, this is gonna close out his NOI.
No, he's just doing the trees and then he's gonna, we got more to do. So kind of like just approving the trees. Don't close out the hearing, just if you guys can
All right.
vote on approving the tree.
All right, let's just do a simple vote on the trees. So, a motion to approve both trees with replacement of a 2-inch caliper for the larger tree and a 1-inch caliper for the smaller tree.
Mr. Chair, we also need a 24-month plan on the tree according to the tree policy.
Yes, and a
Okay.
24-month viability.
The new trees after they're planted have to be viable for 24 months after planting.
Yes, 2 growing seasons, which is April. So regardless of when they plant them under the state regs, it's April through October and April through October.
So we need the species, where they're going, and a 24-month plan to keep them alive.
So is that you making the first motion, Michelle?
Sure, I'll make that motion.
All right, so Michelle with the first motion.
I'll second.
All right, Dan with the second.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. All right, Mr. Stately and Mr. Chaffetz, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Have a
Thank-
great evening.
You too.
All right.
Next is 70 Bates Point Road, and I believe they're going to continue.
Okay, can I get a motion to continue 70 Bates Point Road?
I'll make that motion.
All right, Fred
I'll
with the
second.
first and Fred with the second.
Dan with the second.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dan with the second. Did I say Fred second?
Yes.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question before we go on to the next thing?
Absolutely.
So when we talked about this tree policy,
Yeah.
our expectation is to have the planned replacement before the trees are actually cut, right? So we want your plan, what you're replacing, where you're replacing it before you actually cut the trees down.
We really should, and we should probably put that as a discussion item.
Okay.
Tonight's a little heavy, but Mary, can you make a note to put that on the next agenda?
Okay.
Or, you know, for a discussion item for other,
Yeah.
All right, next one, are we on 94?
Yes.
Okay, so 94 Bates Point Road, this is the Turner Project demolition and construction of a single-family home. Do we have a representative for the Turners?
Yeah, this is Zach Gless from Existing Grade. I don't know if everybody can hear me.
Yes, Zach, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing great, doing great.
Oh, good. You have to excuse me. I
Alright.
got a little tickle in my throat here. Trying to work through it.
So, Mary's just gonna pull up in a moment here so we can talk about them. All right.
Did you send me updated plans? Forgetting.
Let me check and see if I did. If not, I don't know if it's something I can send you right now.
These ones are dated 1/21/22.
Yeah.
Those don't have the revision on them. Okay.
Yeah, so
I
you might
guess
have sent
the only
them.
real the revisions would have just included for the impervious lot calculation coverage,
you
which is
able
it's under
to-
40%.
Well, did you talk about trying to slide the house just a little bit out of the 25-foot buffer?
Excuse me. I mean, we looked at it, but I think we want to move forward in presenting the plan as it's drawn up at this moment.
Okay.
I mean, I can talk to that in a minute. I can give a quick summary of the project and we kind of
Okay.
go over that
I mean,
if you'd like.
it's not a major, but I mean, it's something that would be appreciated.
Oh, I know. And I think the concern with this lot is just with the shape of the lot, trying to get the house to fit. It doesn't really fit any other way
I
that we
looked
have.
at it. I mean, I looked at it too afterwards, Zach, and there is the concern of the wellhead there too. So I was kind of like, it's kind of no really, kind of no.
Yeah, it is tight with the well. And again, we're
Yep.
maintaining this proposed foundation to meet the Board of Health well setbacks for a new structure. So it's kind of, there's a couple factors that kind of come into play here. And it seems that the position of the houses we have it on these plans seems to work best with what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah. So, so do you have the original, so do you have the plans in your email that you can send it to Mary right now and pull up the impervious? Okay.
Yeah, let me do that right now.
All right, send that over to Mary and then she can pull up the current ones with the impervious and we can take a look at it.
Perfect. Excuse me. Okay, I just sent that. That should be coming in any second.
Yeah, okay.
Excuse me.
Here it comes.
It's nice to be in this day and age.
Yeah, it is nice.
Nice to meet virtually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be-
right.
You guys planning on going back to in person anytime soon, or is this kind of the?
Well, the governor just extended virtual meetings for conservation commissions until July 15th, but I think that I think they're sort of duking it out in the legislature to allow for, I think, all boards to be able to meet virtually if they choose permanently, because they're finding that
Sure.
a lot more
Yeah.
participation
Right.
from the public, and there's no pressure to have to go down to town hall.
Mine
Oh yeah,
told me
well, it
there's
makes it.
no
I think it
chance
makes
of
it easier
that.
for a lot of
Yeah.
people.
All right, so this is the revised plan.
Yep, should have the revision there at the bottom for the.
Yeah, so it's only just that small corner, that small corner that just sort of jogs over. And Michelle, you weren't there. I mean, all of this property is on a point. It's mainly staying in its natural state. I think there's only two, we talked, Zach, only 2 trees really that are coming down.
I think
all
there's 3 total proposed.
Okay, 3 total trees proposed. All of the original walls are staying. Just some repointing of a few. I mean, it's, it really is a beautiful property. So, you know, some really well-established vegetation on it. So, I mean, I've been across the way there, and I've actually seen this house at night. It's pretty. So, let me see here. Yeah, it's just that, yeah, that corner that was just sort of jogging over. But anyway,
Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, I can give a quick summary again.
yeah, why don't you give a quick, for the public and just for the board, for
Sure.
anyone that didn't get a chance to get out.
Yeah, again, for the record, this is Zachary Gless from Existing Grade. I'm the one of the engineers for the site representing Mr. Turner's property at 94 Bates Point Road. Currently, there's an existing single-family house out there. This is, as you had stated, the lot that's kind of out on the tip of Bates Point Road. It's a very oddly shaped lot for what it is. I know it's a very old lot in the house as it sits right now. There's a bunch of impervious on the site. There's a kind of like almost 3 steps of retaining walls. So there's the lakeside wall, there's an intermediate wall, and then there's a high point wall, which holds up kind of the walkout as the house currently is. So the intent of the project is to demolish the house, remove all of the retaining walls where we can, except for the lakeside wall. I want to make that very clear. That lakeside wall is going to remain, and we're not going to be touching that. And then to construct a new house with kind of a bigger walkout on it so that it's more down towards the top of the lakeside wall. So again, we're going to be removing a lot of the tiers for the site. Excuse me again. So it's going to be kind of just a flatter section in the rear. And what we're going to be doing is kind of reshaping the driveway to remove some of the driveway's impervious that currently exists. All the roof runoff for this proposed house, we're going to be infiltrating for the 1-inch water quality event. So it's all, there's 2 Cultex proposed on site, which is able to handle all of that. All the downspouts will be piped to those. The driveway is going to have a gravel, it's called a gravel drip strip, but what it is kind of a gravel trench with filter fabric lined in it. So all the runoff from the driveway can go through that, clean it, and then overland flow where it's going to go, so that we know we have cleaner water going after that. Again, there's 3 trees that are proposed to be removed. 2 of them are very close to the construction, and then one of them is a little bit higher in elevation than the surrounding trees. And I got a feeling when we're regrading the yard, just that one may be going. I'm going to be working with Mr. Turner to develop a planting plan that we can supply the commission prior to construction, kind of similar to the other projects. We'll make sure that the board's happy with the trees and the spacing and locations where we're going to be putting them. And again, that's the site's hooked up to a private well, and then it does have town sewer out there. So there's no septic systems we're going to be involved with. We're going to be maintaining that existing sewer line into the house. And that's kind of a very basic overview of the project as it stands. So at that point, I can open up to any questions or concerns the board may have.
All right, so the first thing is I'd like all of the trees that are remaining to be wrapped in orange construction fencing.
Yep.
Not stapled to the tree. It needs to be done just like what Mass DOT does.
Sure.
That way they're seen on the site. So they're protected, number 1. Also, after, I don't know if folks saw what happened in Hull in the last week, but an excavator ended up in Hull Harbor. I want orange silt fence being used on this property so that you can see from a distance, number 1, if a silt fence is there. You can see us. All right, I think that was Hayden. And you can also see when you're leaving for the day, whether your silt fence is starting to droop, and you can run over and you can fix it. And also when you're on machinery, you can see how close you are. So that is a good thing. I think it's a better idea, Zach, if you put that spill kit closer to the water?
Sure, we can do that.
So that if an accident were to happen, you've got that spill kit there, you can just grab it and get it out there.
Sure.
I think the erosion controls should not go all the way to the wall. That just happens to be, that's just opening up for the entire, I mean, I know there's regrading going on here, but there are trees being kept, and I mean, I'm just gonna put it out there. Mr. LaBelle builds some of the most beautiful homes, but he also terrorizes the landscape. And if we're keeping trees here, the trees are not gonna live for long because it's gonna damage the hell out of the roots. So we need to agree upon the, there probably needs to be a sequence of how the demo is gonna go, and a sequence of the erosion control should probably be pulled closer to where the house is in this bottom. You know, the new houses in this sketch on the bottom should probably be pulled closer, tucked in, demo, and then, you know, we gotta figure that out with Mr. LaBelle. And then when he's ready to do this lower section, then it moves closer to the lake. But that's gotta be a sequence we gotta work out with him.
Sure, okay.
We've seen this story before where, yeah, we're keeping this and we're keeping that, and it's gonna be left natural, and it's been a nightmare, and it's been at least 7 or 8 projects. And, you know, I mean, I like Doug, and I mean, his homes are beautiful, but it's just, it's always, there's always a story. So, I would probably figure out, but we can work with him on that.
And I mean, I can, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Zach. Go right ahead.
I was gonna say, I can work with Doug as well, and we can make sure that erosion control is moved appropriately during the phasing of this work.
Yeah.
I know that I have it shown closer to the lake wall for that proposed site plan, because when you look up at the existing conditions, there are a bunch of retaining walls in there that we do have to get out. So I wanted to make sure that that fencing provided ample room to get machinery in and around that wall so that we can remove those, that, you know, not the lakeside wall, but the next tier up, that there is room to maneuver around that without having that erosion control kind of, I don't want to say be in the way, but be in the way, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. Yeah.
How are you gonna keep some of those trees that look like they're almost on those walls? Or those bushes?
No, I think those are trees.
Right, I mean, there's one that looks like the tree is drawn right on the wall.
I'm trying to see which,
Like these ones here, these trees, I think they're to stay, but they're really close to the wall.
Yeah, so how do you?
oh yeah, the ones kind of in the southeast corner of the property.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we do want to keep all of those. Again, I know those provide shade for the lake in that area, so those are all proposed to stay, and we're going to be protecting those. But I do agree, we could probably take the erosion control and put it on the opposite side of those trees to make sure they're kind of outside that limit of work there.
But I guess I'm having a hard time understanding how you remove the wall and not affect the tree. Especially on this, on this plan, just above the words Webster Lake, there's a tree that looks like it's right in the center of the wall.
This one here?
More obvious on the top picture, yeah. If you go up to the.
Yeah, that one is proposed to be removed.
Yeah, that's to be removed, Michelle.
That's an existing 18-inch maple tree to be removed.
All right, it's my bad.
So again, we have 3 of them proposed to be removed at this point, and then again, the intent is to save all the rest of them, because they're either at the proposed finished grades, there's not going to be any major regrading going on, or they're kind of outside the scope of the work. So we want to make sure that we do save as many trees as possible on the site, understanding that a few of them will be going if if the, you know, the commission allows it. And that's again, when we'll make sure we do come back with a planting plan that everybody can agree upon for what we would be replacing those with.
So I believe what we're saying here is that erosion controls and the limit of work should be as far away from the resource as is practical for the work that being done.
Sure, yep.
What I'm saying is, I think what you need, and I say this often to many of our developers, you know, try to do, I mean, obviously I know it's a pain in the butt to have to, you know, move it, you know, several times, but try to do as little phases as possible. But
sure,
something like this, you're gonna have to do like phase 1 and phase 2, or a three phases of moving the erosion controls.
Sure.
Because of the size, number one, the size and scale of the project, but also, you know, this isn't just, you know, building a house in, you know, Connecticut on a beautiful piece of farmland in Woodstock. You know, you've got, you know, you're on a point in the middle of a giant lake, and you gotta, you know, we're trying to, you know, marry the built environment with the natural environment, and you know, we're trying to you know, do a little bit of arbitration there with working here, and I think that you know, whether it's up to you working with Doug or up to you, Zach, is to come up with a plan of, here's phase 1 and here's phase 2. The erosion controls are going to be here in phase 1, and this is what's going to happen. And then here's phase 2. And, you know, whether Doug follows that plan or not, that's up to him. But if he doesn't follow the plan, then he's going to suffer the consequences of an inspection that's just not going to go very well.
Sure, no, and I understand, and I'm definitely open, and I'm sure Mr. LaBelle would be open to, you know, and I know we had talked about it, developing a construction sequencing a construction sequencing phase and plan.
Yeah.
And that's something that I'm sure we're open to submitting prior to construction for the board's approval.
Doug works very well with us. He has for years, but we tend to find out a lot after the fact, which is, you know, it tends to be a little bit of a kind of a little annoying, and we just wish they'd be a little more upfront with us about stuff. So we just don't want this project to be one of those projects again. You know, I mean, I like Doug. I just want, you know, I just don't want this to be a complete clean slate, and then we come to do an inspection that's like, really? So, again?
I understand. No, and I'll definitely make sure that everybody is open in communication with everybody of what's going on and when, so that we can make sure that everybody's kind of adhering to the order of conditions or whatever would come out of this.
So when it comes to the planting plan, we would probably want to know, you know, shrub types. We, you know, obviously natives are the best, but we understand that people, you know, the more that I, you know, because I work in this profession, the more I'm finding that, you know, people are starting to mix their, it's more important now to start to mix. In your planting plans, what kind of grass are you going to hydroseed it? You're going to use sod. Is there going to be an irrigation system? Please put that in there. You know, shrubs, where they're going to be, gardens, all that kind of stuff.
Sure. Yep.
The other thing is the stairs. You know, there's stairs that go down to in 2 places. I think one goes to a dock, and then the other one goes just down sort of to, you know, down to the water.
It goes down to the water level. Yep.
Are those anything being done with those at all?
The intent is to leave those, the one that's kind of on the, excuse me, the western side of the property. That one, that retaining wall, we want to try and leave.
Yeah.
So those stairs would stay as they are. Again, if any repointing needed to happen, we would take care of that during the construction side of things. And then the one down at the tip of the property, kind of on the southern side, those steps would remain, because again, that does provide access down to the lake. You know, again, any repointing that would need to be happening, but the intent is not to touch those stairs as they exist.
Okay. Um,
I had a question.
yes,
There's a lot of, on the original plan, there's a lot of like walkways and stuff. Will there be any new walkways, or is it just gonna be all like grass around here?
It's just going to be a lawn. It's to remove those and to plant lawn. There is a patio going underneath the deck up against the house. But then again, it would just be grassed lawn. It's kind of a nice area for people to sit and lounge about, as opposed to hardscaping.
what's the patio gonna consist of?
Most likely just pavers, you know, and it's going to be underneath the deck, but most of the time we just do pavers with the, you know, the stone dust in between them. So we get some sort of filtration out of it.
Pervious or impervious?
I would prefer pervious, and I'm sure that everybody's open to putting pervious pavers down, with we're leaving spacing enough that it would still infiltrate.
And I mean, obviously pervious pavers are preferred, but if it ends up being impervious, you know, leaving a slightly bigger gap between it, allows a little bit more infiltration, and then putting a little bit more crushed stone underneath them allows that water to get underneath.
Perfect, yep.
Now, is that gonna be all the way around? Would that be all the way on where it says deck and patio, all the way around that?
That's
corner?
correct. Underneath the deck.
Okay. Is there anything going in where it tucks in between the garage and the basement, in that little, sort of like a little, kind of like a little triangle?
Let me see here. In between the garage.
There's the garage. Yeah, Mary, your mouse is like, yeah, right there. Anything going in there?
No, that would just be lawn.
Okay. Might be a nice area for like a little garden or something like that.
Yeah, I can definitely work with the applicant and see what we could do to kind of utilize that space for that.
Yeah.
Do we have a, are you proposing replacement trees? Is that gonna be part of the planting plan, or should we just come up with a number now so we know how many you're putting in?
I know when I was speaking with Mr. LaBelle, he was mentioning 4 to 5 potentially sugar maples. I don't know if that's something that the board would be accepting of. And then we could kind of come up with a spacing and a location, you know, as the project moves along, to see where it would work best.
I like sugar maples, but I'm gonna be honest with you, as we move into the future, sugar maples are with a change in climate, sugar maples are dying off. So I would probably, as beautiful as they are, I probably would, I hate to say this, I would probably be against them. But if the property owner wanted sugar maples, then that's fine. I would probably look at something else, whatever the property owner would want, but something that's more native.
Sure, okay, and I can make sure I sit down and discuss with them. We
Yeah, I
can
mean,
come up with
you know,
during the planting plan, we can come up with a proposed tree type to kind of recommend.
yeah, I mean, you know, when you think New England, I mean, that's the immediate tree everyone thinks of, you know, because it's beautiful in the you know, in the fall. You know, a red maple, I mean, it's scarlet, it likes water. It's, you know, it's the first tree in the fall to turn. they're not necessarily being affected by the change in climate. But sugar maples are, if you look across New England, they're losing limbs left and right. They're not taking to the change very well. And I'd hate
Okay.
I'd hate to see someone put something in and have them lose it.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
But I mean, I mean, it's, I would work with the owner on something like that. So,
Okay.
yeah. Commissioners, any other questions? Oh, the dock, do you know if the dock has a chapter 91 license?
I do not, but I will talk to the applicant, and if it does not, I think we discussed getting that filed appropriately and kind of submitted into you.
All right, the new standard with, we rolled, the reason we asked on chapter 91 during the NOI process is it saves the applicant money. Otherwise they'd have to open up another NOI, because under the law, you have to open an NOI in order to do the chapter 91. So we roll it into the application. So with the chapter 91, which most, I'll probably guarantee that most don't have a chapter 91 license. There's certain parameters with that. So if you go to our website, or if you go to the state website and take a look at it, there's certain parameters for that. And you have to file, once we approve this NOI, you have 30 days to file that chapter 91. So you have to come back to us with a plan within 30 days.
Yep.
There is no
Definitely
chapter.
agreeable to that.
There's no
Zach.
chapter 91 on that one at the registry.
All right.
Okay,
so-
yeah, we can, we'll definitely get that remedied and squared away
And
within 30
just-
days.
And just so you know, let your client know that if they can prove, if this home predates 1984, and that dock has been in the same location before 1984, and they can show an aerial. There's certain sites like aerial photos prior to 1984. If they submit that with their application, then the Mass DEP Waterways, they'll issue their chapter 91, they'll send them their stuff, and then they'll send them a letter that says that they're grandfathered, and they don't have to file again.
Okay, I appreciate that. We'll definitely look into that.
There's a grandfather clause, and a lot of folks on the lake don't actually realize that. I like to mention that to folks. So it's like,
I
I think
appreciate
it's
it.
I think it's $75. And typically if their dock is after 84, it's like I think it's a 15-year permit. So.
Okay,
All right.
perfect. No, I appreciate that.
Okay. So with that said, so Zachary is going to get us, a planting plan. We're gonna need a phased,
Kind of a sequencing plan.
a sequencing plan on the erosion controls, which we can work out. We can put that in the special orders.
We have a narrative on this one, Joey?
No, there wasn't one.
No. And we got Coltex on this, right? 2 of them?
Yes, there's 2 of them.
Okay. And Mary, you got my note about the orange silk fence, right?
Yep,
Okay.
yeah, and there's no DEP number.
Okay.
We're waiting for a DEP number on this
All
one.
right, so we can't close this out anyway, so any fine details, we can, we can work out, between
Mhm.
now and, April 4th. So why don't you talk about, why don't you look up, Zachary, look up or why don't you talk with Mr. LaBelle about the erosion control sequence or sequencing of demo and construction? And how far up and then when, the erosion controls will be moving. And then if you maybe talk with your clients about species that they're interested in, as far as, plantings and a planting plan. Because when we come to do the COC, if there's a major departure from the COC, we're not gonna be able to issue a COC, we're gonna change stuff. So if
Sure.
we come and
Yep.
look and things are completely altered from what we had said, we can issue as a violation. So, and then, why don't you poke around on that chapter 91 stuff? And if there's questions on the chapter 91, we can help you out with that.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, we've definitely done our fair share
And
of them, so we
there's,
should be able to fly right
there's
through it.
lots of, there's lots of information on our website about the 91. That's, for some reason, the state makes that out to be such a hard thing for people, and it really isn't. We just need to know how it's shaped. How it's gonna be shaped in the water, how wide everything is. Typically, it's 4 feet wide. Most people have the horseshoe. How it's connected to land, what the width of it is, and then we need a side profile with the bathymetry. Underwater, how it's connected to the, land underwater.
Sure.
Okay.
Perfect.
And then, and then you fill out the forms online and then away you go. So, commissioners, any other questions? Anything else for Zachary? That way we can hopefully we'll have a DEP number for next meeting on the 4th. All right, hearing nothing, because of no DEP feedback, and number, can I get a motion of continuance to April 4th for 94 Bates Point Road, please?
Joey, I'll make a motion of continuance to April 4th.
Thank you, Hayden.
Second,
Thank you, Dan.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
yes,
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes,
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. All right, Zachary, you need anything or have questions, please reach out to Mary.
Perfect. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, have a good evening.
All right, are we on to 50 Laurelwood?
14 Bates Crossing.
Bates Crossing. Mr. Garabedian.
Oh, we should have Dan read the notice for this one.
Yes, this is an opening. Dan, can I have you read the public notice for 14 Bates Crossing, please?
in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act, this public hearing is being held on a notice of intent filed for 14 Bates Crossing Road, for the demolition and construction of a single-family home, including a dock.
Fantastic. And we have one of Webster's finest right there. There he is. Mr. Steve Bosowitz. How you doing, Steve?
I'm doing well. How's everybody on the board?
Great, great, thank you. All right, so Mary's gonna pull up the plans. I believe Mr. Garabedian's here. Good evening to you, sir. And this, folks, Karen and I went to this one because we had such a full Saturday, we had to split up. A very simple, straightforward, beautiful property. And I mean, it's really a pretty easy project being proposed here. So why don't you take us through it, Steve?
Sure. My name is Stephen Balsavich. I'm here representing Gregory and Lisa Garabedian. They reside at 14 Bates Crossing, Webster, Mass. On the site, there's an existing garage which will remain. And there's an existing 2-story dwelling, and it's shown in the hatched area, the hatched part of it. And it has a wraparound porch along the lake and along the westerly side of the house. We're proposing to remove the house, which I do have a construction sequencing schedule on page 4, actually. Oh, it's on page 2. So you can see we have it's to the right-hand side on page 2. The very top items. So what we're proposing to do is tear down, first of all, I show the wattles and silt fence that extends from the 100-foot buffer zone around to the other side of the lot, 100-foot buffer zone. That also serves as the limits of work. And the board can put in the order of conditions that the silt fence is to be orange in color. What we're proposing to do is tear down the existing structure and rebuild a single-family dwelling, but attach it to the garage. So if you're going from the house to the garage, you do not have to go outside. The dock line with all the dimensions around it are the proposed dimensions around the house. On the northwesterly side, there will be a deck with a patio below. The cellar, the basement will be a walkout that walks onto a patio, which will be pervious pavers. There are details of the pervious pavers, of the construction entrance, which is proposed up at the front of the property. We also show 2 Caltech chambers on the right-hand side of the house. And when I say right, I'm standing on Bates Crossing, looking at the front of the house. There are 2 proposed there, and there are also 2 proposed on the other side of the house. And because this dwelling has multiple roof lines, we would catch as much water as we could and put them into these Caltech chambers. Obviously, the portion of the house that's closest to the lake would be too low for us to be able to get it to come forward to the high point of the lot. As you can see, the existing house is 44.1 feet from the lake, and the proposed house will be 55.9. So in essence, we're moving it approximately 10 feet further back from the lake. We also show on the site is the proposed, it's an existing dock. It doesn't, it's shown in that configuration. And we also show a profile of the dock. On sheet 3 of 4, top right-hand corner, there it is. 3 of 4.
Great.
Dan, did you have a question?
No, I just saying the profile of the dock is the top right corner of page 3.
We also shown in dark black, some shrubs that surround the existing deck. We will try to save those and replant them. At this point in time, there are no trees on the lot. It's all lawn with some landscaping around the house. We would try to save the dock shrubs, which are healthy, and the remaining portion alongside the house in the front would be flowers and other kinds of shrubs.
Steve, that landscape area that it shows that's on the landward side of the wall, is that new landscape area or is that already there?
No, that's there. The riprap is there. And it says existing landscape up towards the north side. You see existing landscape area. I located the landscape area and drew that line.
Yeah.
We're not touching anything from the wattles to the water. That's all remaining the way it is today.
Yeah, this house is gonna be moving 10 feet back from where you see it, and it's very flat.
Very sunny.
If you remember, this house is next door to Angelo Spitzera's house. It's in that neighborhood. Where it fell in the hole, Michelle.
Yep, I remember.
Karen and I walked it, and I mean, it's a beautiful property. It's a very straightforward project.
We're missing the narrative again, Joey.
No, the narrative is on page 4 of 4, top left. It says project description. And the narrative states, if you want me to read it, it says the purpose of this project is to demolish the existing dwelling and construct new with associated utilities, walks, groundwater recharge system, stormwater treatment and conveyance system, grading, lawn, and landscaped areas.
When we were there, we did talk about a planting plan. Mr. Garabedian had mentioned that he does intend upon, obviously, planting trees and planting shrubs. Of course, right now, he doesn't know what how they're gonna landscape it. So, we're just gonna make a condition that, a planting plan would come, later, in the development phase, once he's at that point. And then I don't think there was anything else, Karen, was there?
No, everything was actually pretty well addressed and pretty tidy, but the one thing that I did notice, if you don't mind going back to the first page. I think those tie lines that you have, the 55-9, Steve, and the 44, the 55-9 goes to the covered deck and the 44 goes to the porch. I believe, I think, wouldn't you be showing those distances to the property line as opposed to the rock wall?
The reason why I show those like they are, I'm demonstrating the board to the board how far I'm off the resource area.
Okay, but in terms of the property line, I think people would be interested to know that how far away from the property line the building is as well.
When they describe properties along the lake, they say along the shoreline. Well, I don't know where, I know where the shoreline is today. Back when, before they filled in, obviously, which they did,
Right.
there's no way for me to know that.
Well, I think you do, because when the deed reads, suppose, the line that's north 4601, 43 seconds, if the deed said 83.89, you don't get to grow more land. So you kind of do know where the property should end, despite the fact that we know that there's fill there.
I know that the property ends at those 2 iron rods that are shown on the
Right.
plan
Right.
close to the lake. As far as reconstructing the shoreline, because the deed, typically the deed would read along the shoreline, and you would locate the shoreline, which I did, and you can see how far out it is. That's the best thing I can do and show on this plan. For me to draw a straight line between those would be wrong.
Okay, I'm not sure I agree, but I understand your position.
Two things, Steve, just make sure that you get a wattle around your stockpile.
Say that
And
again?
then I would just make sure you get a wattle around your stockpile.
If you look at the detail, it shows it.
Okay. And then I would just make sure that the spill kit is towards the back somewhere, because you want to make sure it's near the resource.
All right.
I would just put it towards the back. And then Mary, I would just probably start getting in the habit of using orange silt fence.
Okay.
Can you remove the impervious calcs? I don't see them.
They're in the front sheet, lower left corner.
Lower left. Thank you.
Right, and we went back and forth. You just need to put the percent so we can see whether it's less than the 40%.
I was gonna write you a letter, but it became too late. I did compute the percentages, and the dwelling increased by 1.5%. It's 6.45%, and the proposed dwelling's 8.16. The garage remains the same because we're not changing it. The pavement and walks goes from 4.4% down to 3.24%. The pavement and walks is 9.94%, and on my proposed area is 8.2%. And then the green space increases from 73.76% to 74.95%. It's a fairly large lot, especially when you're talking about lots on the lake. This lot here happens to be 19,060 square feet.
Unusual for you to have space to work.
Yes.
Steve, can I ask you on the dock, is there a boat lift or jet skis or anything like that?
I located what I show on the plan. I didn't see any boat lift.
It wouldn't be in the water right now, but. Okay, because if you have a boat lift, you have to include that square footage in your chapter 91.
Yes, I know that.
Same with the jet ski, because I looked on GIS and it looks kind of.
The dock he has there is what I located, and it was, I believe, in the middle of the summer when I located it. I actually did the field work. This project has been in the makings for about 1.5 years. I went out and did the existing conditions plan for him, and then he finally decided to pull the trigger and get the architectural plans for the house and attach it to the garage.
And you know the 7-foot width on the dock is non-standard.
That dock is in there now.
Doesn't make it standard.
No, I know that.
All right, any other questions, folks?
And Mary, nobody sent, DEP did not send me a file number, so
Yeah,
I don't know if you got one.
nope.
There was one time we closed the meeting and I saw it like 5:45, which I wasn't checking my email. They sent it.
That was the last meeting. All right, so we're gonna have to continue you. Unfortunately, because legally we can't close it. So, all right, so can I get a motion if no one has anything else for Steve? Let's do a motion of continuance for 14 Bates Crossing to April 4th. Can I get a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that, Joey.
Dan with the first, Hayden with the second.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. All right. Thanks, Steve, on that one.
You're
And then
welcome.
we have 50 Laurelwood
I have it, yes.
up next, Mary?
Yeah, that's next.
Okay, so that's Steve too. So, so we visited the property, we looked at the trees and, talked about the stairs and the patio in the back. I was satisfied by the trees that were coming down. The only concern that I have is phasing, putting in that deck in the back, Steve, like clearing that area and then putting in that deck, because all I can think about is another project we have on South Point and having a landslide. That's what I'm worried about. That's my only concern, is just making sure that it's just not all cleared. So my question would be is what's the actual plan for putting in that deck on that steep grade? Like how are you planning on putting that in?
Well, obviously, we would put on all our erosion control devices, which there are 3 sets. You have the boom in the water, you have the wattles and the orange silk fence going around, and we also have horseshoeing around the patio area that we plan on building. That would be a compost sock, which, as you well know, is heavy in weight. You can stake it into the ground. That would prevent any sort of silt running down because of the steep grades. They would start at the lower portion of the patio and excavate that area out and then build those walls to hold back the material and
Okay.
then stabilize around it immediately. I show different types of stabilization. I show a detail of ground covers. I show a detail of jute netting. And they could hydroseed it depending on the time of year. And obviously you can do it in the summer, but you'll have to water it. But this may need some site visits from your agent to make sure everything's going along properly.
I think that's gonna be key. I think there's gonna just need, with this project, not necessarily with the tree clearing, I think with this particular project, I think there should be a series of checks. I don't know if we need them weekly, but we should probably have the contractor work out a schedule of checks with Mary.
That's fine.
For number one, for safety, but number two, for Mary to come in and just check to make sure that, you know, that if she's seeing something that she's kind of about, like, hey, can you just do this, you know, just to check in on it, or if, you know, after a rainy day, if, you know, maybe, you know, I can drop in, or just to make sure that things are just stable there. We've seen some problems on some of these steep grades. I mean, you know how the soils are.
Yeah.
You know, it's all glacial till, it's all sand. It can be a nightmare.
Yeah.
Let me say this,
Yeah.
that Mike Hopkins will be doing the oversight on this project, and you well know that he did a good job at Black Point.
Yeah.
And those are some pretty steep grades too.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a torrential rain that happened one time, and yes, they went down and fixed, nothing went into the resource area.
Yeah.
They fixed the problem and then moved on.
Yeah, I just think, you know, yeah, Mike, if you just can communicate with Mary, and I just think setting up a series of checks when you know, hey, you know, Mary, I'm doing this today. If you want to come by, or, you know, this is how, you know, each week just checking in. I know it's a pain in the butt, but, you know, I just, you know, that's a really steep embankment. I was actually surprised that someone built steps to get down there. I mean, I would not want to have a couple of drinks and go down those steps, man. That was, I didn't even walk down them the other day.
I have a question about the plan. The plan that we had on site showed all, you know, that Steve had located all the trees. And then he
Yes.
had a chart that showed, you know, the reason why they were coming down. Is this the most up-to-date plan?
No, Steve did not give us an electronic version.
Yes, I did. I did it Friday or I did it Saturday.
Oh,
His
well, let me
plans-
check.
Steve's plans that when the tree's coming out, it looks like a little blast mark on it. He blows the tree up.
Actually, there are 3 symbols on this particular tree plan, which is all the trees I located are shown on the left-hand plan, which is the existing conditions plan. I did what the board requested. I went out and I located all the trees. I numbered them 0-5, let's say. The O being orange, because there were 2 different kinds of ribbons used, orange and green. And if you look at my legend, you'll see there's 3 items on there.
Yeah, this is,
There's trees to be removed, and then the proposed trees to be planted are like little swirl marks going in a circle. And then I got some sort of an X, and that designates the dead trees. The dead trees were all down by the water. And my chart is there on the left side, and I gave my statement as to why we have to remove all these trees. And if I may, I'd be glad to read it to you. And it says, no, all trees listed within the tree inventory table shall be removed for the following reasons: overhanging existing dwelling, 1; 2, proposed retaining wall construction, 3, adjacent to stormwater infiltration system, 4, within area to be graded / excavated, and 5 is they were dead.
Was
And I
there
believe-
was there a legend or something that said how many trees were going in and to replace the trees that were coming out?
Yes, if you look at sheet. There were 18 trees being planted. I had, I believe, 10 last time. And there were 15 shrubs. And if you count them, the numbers are appropriate on the proposed site plan. Yeah, somewhere around here, there's a list. Matter of fact, this is the job that Mr. Wigglesworth asked me not to plant a certain species. That's, I forgot the name you said. You said it climbs up trees.
Oh, yeah, that was, I talked to you about that, Steve. That was the winterberry.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, on the first sheet, top right corner, right next to my locust map.
What's wrong with Winterberry?
Climbs up trees.
I'm not familiar with that, but
I mean, it can, but I mean, it's new, I mean, it's not a major.
Mary, if you scroll over to where the locust map is on sheet 1, my table is there of the trees.
isn't this it? Or no?
No, go over to right next, well, yeah, that's it. I can't see it because our pictures are there.
Okay.
It says, total number of shrubs to be planted are 16 1-gallon pots, and I have a list. 18 trees proposed, 1.5 to 2 inch caliper. And I give a list of trees.
Yeah, I mean, this is fine.
So Joey, what happened to the trees by the water? Because this is all very.
The trees by the
detailed
water, and I
confusing.
noticed significantly in this area, Michelle, my observation is gypsy moth. I mean, it just devastated the oaks in this area.
So they're all dead, even the ones that you can see the branches
A
that look
lot.
like a vista clearing.
A lot of them, yeah, a lot of them are got dead rotted roots on them. I mean, there's a lot of nice saplings at the bottom, but it's a property that's just being developed, you know?
And if I may say, 24, there are 44 trees that I located. 24 of them fall within the 50, between the 50 and 100 foot buffer. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 of them between the resource area and the 50-foot buffer, 6 of them are dead.
I mean, it's still gonna have a really good canopy of, you're still gonna have a good canopy there. And, what's small and, a lot of the saplings that don't get cleared out on the bottom, they're gonna start to take off. So, I mean, Steve, I would try to keep some areas left, undisturbed so that some of those saplings can come up on each side of the patio if you can.
We would gladly prepare a landscape plan, which I've given them PDFs and they're looking at landscapers now, like Farmer's Daughter.
Yeah.
And they can take this plan and they're gonna prepare a landscaping plan. And we would submit that, after we're doing our construction, and my client will bring it to Mary and I think with your periodic site visits, it'll go fine. This
Yeah.
this is all gravel.
Yeah.
I mean, water hits, it's gonna go right down. It's not gonna flow. And don't forget, we're creating a flat spot where the patio is, so there will not be a slope there other than to each side. And that's about the extent of it.
Yeah.
And Mary, I think I told you before, you had mentioned that I was putting 8 Cultec chambers in. There are only 2 up front and 2 on towards the rear of the building.
Okay,
So it's not 8, and we're only catching half the roof.
Before we move on this, Steve, I just want to ask about a garage that goes underneath the house. How are you catching the rainwater that goes down that little driveway? I know that there's a catch there, but where's that water going? Is that
I
going
don't,
into a,
it must be going into some sort of dry well.
Okay.
We don't plan on doing any work over there. The walls are gonna remain, the garage door will still be there. They may replace it. But
okay,
there's a great drain right at the entrance, which catches
Yeah.
what little
I
bit of
saw it.
water does come down the driveway.
okay, just curious. All right,
So if the Caltex are catching half the roof runoff, I'm assuming, where's the other half going?
Where it goes now over land.
Is it like one particular area of the roof or, more than the other? Is it the back side? Is it the east side? Is it the west side?
That's hard to say without actually knowing where the downspouts are.
Okay.
We'll catch as much of the roof as we can and recharge the groundwater. It's better than what was there because everything off that roof flows over land.
I mean, you're gonna remember this general area it's very, very rocky, the way that the glacier left this area. I'm kind of familiar with this area because I've got some relatives that live over in this area. So it's extremely rocky, the way that it's, even just driving to get there, you're going up and over and around and, the next door neighbor is set very, kind of far down. It's a quirky little neighborhood. Beautiful though. All right, commissioners, any other questions?
Can we go back to what's being planted? I'm having a really hard time being okay with over 40 trees. So I'd like to look at the plantings again.
So
I'm struggling, to be honest, because we're gonna grade that parts of that slope. And then 40 something trees is what Steve, I think, said, some of which are dead, are being removed within 50 feet. Stumps being pulled up. Right? Some of them, the stumps will be pulled depending on the grading.
The stumps, we could leave some of the stumps that would have to be decided at the site. In areas that we're not going to be disturbing, we would just cut the tree flush with the ground and leave the stump. But in areas where we're doing construction, you'd want to remove the stumps.
Right. So it's going to limit where you can plant as well.
Yes, but we would provide the town with a planting plan showing the species of trees. And that's totally up to like a company like Farmer's Daughter. They know what is native to the area, what would grow best on this particular slope facing that direction.
and in that type of soil too, you gotta remember this is
Yep.
rocky, sandy soil.
Right.
And the other thing too, Michelle, is whatever's left, as far as saplings and, I mean,
So in all honesty, once the excavator gets in there and stuff gets graded and dug up, there'll be almost nothing left to just.
No, I
fill the-
know, but the thing is too, is you don't want to crowd in a bunch of vegetation again. You
I
know, you want to
understand.
give, you want to leave some room for things to grow.
Right, but.
You know, I
it-
mean, I'm not a fan of going in and clear cutting a lot.
That's
Obviously,
what's happening, you're taking out 40 trees, just to the right of that house from the street, you're gonna take out 20 trees probably.
Yeah,
You
but
are-
there's also 2 lines of arborvitae's that are gonna be planted. If you look at the,
Arborvitae's are never gonna make me happy. They're just bushes that give you privacy.
and I have to agree with you. But if they're planted appropriately and spaced appropriately, I think that they do well. My mother has some over here at her house and they just grow together so close and they're dead in between.
Yeah, that's right. They grow together, then they're dead in between, then they're too tall and they all get cut down. You know, they're not a tree, so I'm just having a really hard time being okay with 40-something trees coming down off a sloped lot for aesthetics.
Yeah, I mean, the reason you're pulling these trees out here is because there's this little wall going in. I mean, is that what's going on there?
Yeah, you got the wall and you got the Caltech chambers that I put over there.
Yeah, well, the Caltech's not in the way.
The Caltex, those Caltex are 36 inches wide with a foot of stone around them. And you're gonna have to excavate probably 2 or 3 feet beyond. And then when you have trees right by the side and they're collecting water, most likely those tree roots are gonna go for where the water is. And they just create havoc. And you're talking 50 feet from the lake. I mean, we're planting 18 trees.
Take them 100 years, Steve.
I wouldn't say 100 years.
Steve, I know
takes-
you already said this, but how many are dead of the ones you're cutting? You're
Uh,
segregating?
6 are dead. If you look at my list, it labels the ones that are dead.
Okay.
So it's mostly live trees.
And
Correct.
some really big trees,
Yeah.
big mature trees.
No, Joey had said that some of them had gypsy moth
Well,
syndrome.
yeah, a bunch of them, those are the ones that have dead limbs and, are dead. Those are oaks.
Those are the dead ones. The 6.
And I think there were 2 of them that are laying down on the ground just rotting.
Well, it's just an invasive project overall, really, with the trees and the patio.
Well, I don't know what else I can do. This is our 4th meeting, 3 site visits. I'm trying to accommodate everything that you as a board would like.
But none of the trees have been reduced since the last meeting, right? Just numbered and labeled, and 40 healthy trees are gonna come down.
And I think the option, Steve, would be to look at reducing the amount of trees that are coming down and increasing a bit of what's coming back. I mean, is there a way to reduce what's coming down?
There's always a way to reduce what's coming down.
Of course.
I don't,
I
would
mean,
like-
it's not, what I'm looking at is more, I think a lot of what's coming down is so that machinery can get back there.
that is also a reason, but I show grading up around the sides of the house. Not that side, the other side is where the majority of the trees are. The ones on this side are the ones that are overhanging the house.
Mhm.
Is this because you're having a walkout basement that you need the grading? Because it's pretty flat there now.
Yeah, there's a walkout being proposed there.
I think you said that it was the Caltech that interrupted quite a number of the trees. Yeah, right there.
I can see that it interrupts some, but there's a whole bunch over here that like, it's not gonna bother. It's-
Yeah,
That's where the grading is.
It's where the grading is, yeah.
Well, I mean, trees are coming back, shrubs are coming back, folks. I mean, the site is getting, the site,
Right there, that's
it's
where the
being,
Caltechs are.
it's being altered, but there is no adverse impact, major adverse impact to the resource area.
So, yeah, we can, I just have a hard time saying 40 trees coming down around a lake has no adverse impact.
I know, but I need to put on my DEP hat.
That's fine. You
And-
can put on your DEP hat and I just agree to disagree.
I know, but we need to collectively look at this and we need to move on.
That's
Oh.
fine.
So.
I would add one thing. That
Not just one tree, you need to add more
No.
trees.
what I will say is that at the time, prior to construction, when Mary comes out to look at the silt fence and the wattles and all that stuff, all the trees are still gonna have their ribbons on it. And we will try to save a few in the group furthest away from the Caltech chambers.
I think that's reasonable.
And, you know, we'll put the silt fence around the ones, not the construction fence, wrap it around it. So that when Mary goes there, she can see, oh, okay, this was number 5, and there's construction fence around it, and it's gonna be safe.
I'm looking, to be honest with you, Steve, that far corner there, that's what, for me, and I'm sure for the rest of the board, that far corner there, that's what we're looking at. That is the area that we would be looking at for saving. I don't know if any of those are on the list as dead, but what's that area that we might be able to save?
Well, what we can do is, like I said, we'll take a look at that corner down there and up by the house when Mary comes out to do her site walk to inspect the hay bales and silt fence, and she can report back to the board. Or I can even write a letter based on our site visit.
All right, that would be appreciated. And then, if we can add in some additional beyond what, that would be appreciated. And I know that they're working with Farmer's Daughter. I know there's some vegetation coming back, but it's staggering. And as a developer, as an engineer, Steve and Mike, we're losing a lot around this lake, an unprecedented rate. It really takes a lifetime to get that back. It really does. So anyway, we appreciate that. And with that, I have to move the meeting along. So this is a public hearing, and I'm gonna open this up for any abutters here for 50 Laurelwood Drive. Laurelwood Drive, any comments? All right, can I get a motion to close the public hearing, please?
I motion we close the public hearing for 50 Laurelwood Drive.
All right, Robin with the first.
I'll second.
Thank you, Hayden and Robin.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes,
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Don't we have to wait for the DEP number?
We have one.
We have it, so the comments have already been given to you. Okay. Then, yes.
Mary, did you get the DEP file number?
actually, that's a good question.
I did.
You got it?
I believe I did. I got it.
I thought we did.
Yeah, I think we did. I just don't remember if there were comments.
No, there were no comments.
Okay, yeah.
What's the number?
323-1224.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mary, you can continue with your rule. Thank you.
Oh, where was I? Mr. Wigglesworth?
Yes.
Okay, did I do Mr. Bach?
Yes, you did.
Excellent.
You did.
Okay, sorry.
He screamed number. Thanks, Fred. All right, so motion to issue order of conditions, please.
I motion we issue an order of conditions for 50 Laurelwood Drive.
Robin with the first,
I'll second.
Fred with the second.
Ms. Cirillo,
Staying.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes,
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes.
So one abstention with Michelle there.
Okay, 69 South Shore Road. Merrick Rudnicki, construction of a single-family home. This is continued from March 7th. Merrick, how you doing?
Good, good.
Good. All right, so. This is good. And let me see here. Mary's gonna pull up your stuff, and Dan, you met up with Merrick on Saturday, right?
I did, yes.
Yeah, all right. I'm sorry, Merrick. We had to split up into groups.
I get it.
I'm so sorry. We had such a busy Saturday with, obviously, you see the agenda, so.
Yes, yes. That's okay.
All right, so, all right, so I see colored here. Dan, do you want to talk about a couple of things that you talked about, or?
I can, if you want. This is Lenny Jalbert from Jalbert Engineering. We're the ones who did the plan. I'd like, if Mary is ready, I'd like to explain what's on the plan and what actually took place.
Well, we're looking to, I mean, we've got an open certificate of compliance that's from the previous owner. And we had talked about last time, moving some of those outstanding incomplete items to the new NOI so that he can gain compliance. Dan, you went there on Saturday and
Yes.
saw this property. So I mean, how do we want to lead this off here?
Okay, what we actually did Saturday is we walked the site and everything,
Okay.
and came back with a new set of plans, which was sent to your board Saturday. And reviewing the site, what we did is we came up with plantings along the shoreline itself, which was basically going in with 10 high bush blueberries in that area, and roughly 12 pepper bush plants within that area. The area in the front of the lot itself basically is in a flood zone.
Yeah.
basically it's at 480 feet. And the thing is that flood zone was marked with double striped flags. We walked that.
Okay.
And that area right there, right now, where the water elevation was on Saturday was at a 477. And the flood zone itself basically is at 480, so it's 3 foot above the water.
Okay.
So the thing is to think that that's going to flood is, I don't know, it's kind of unlikely. I mean, to go up that high, but still it is marked as a flood zone per se. What it was is that because of the flood zone, Mary talked about the building itself. We were going to put in the foundation that was going to be 72 feet long. And what we did now is we actually cut the foundation down to 62 feet. So the foundation itself right now is at least 10 feet from the flood zone for the building foundation. The building itself will be 37 feet by 62, which would give you a total coverage of 2,664 square feet, which actually puts the land coverage at 37%. The driveway itself, which we put a detail in now, which is a pervious paver driveway, which is not impervious. So the actual pervious coverage on the lot itself would be at 37%. The grading on the lot basically is going on both sides of the house, which is next to a right-of-way, which is used for the club that comes into the access for the water on that side. And what we did is we put a row of arborvitae along the westerly side to buffer their right-of-way and for privacy, and put one on the right-hand side, which was agreeable to the client next door. And he liked it. He said that he'd actually contribute to the installation of the arborvitae on that side.
Okay.
So the area that's being disturbed, all the grass, it would be just loomed and seeded. So there would be no open spaces. We got the dock area, which was in the front, that's been removed from the site. It's not there anymore. We would be going into it as soon as we get final detail for submittal for a new dock on the property, which is shown right now, but that's just showing schematically. It's subject to Chapter 91, which would require a detailed drawing with that, with the DEP to get that approved and your board approved to get that in. So it would become another separate issue after we close everything on the house. What it is the client itself would like to start construction as soon as possible to proceed with the house. And that's why we stopped with the Chapter 91 dock. I'd say, even at the best, I don't see how we could get it approved with DEP within 3 to 4 months. I think that'd even be a fast schedule.
Okay.
The property actually is serviced by town sewer, and there's no discharge there. The drainage from the house, there would be Cultec chambers on both the east and west sides of the house to collect the drainage. So there's no drainage coming off of the house that would, other than being infiltrated within the chambers on the east and west sides. The driveway itself would be actually a pervious driveway, so there'd be no drainage from the driveway itself, in that it would all be contained within the excavation of the driveway. So,
Do we have a
everything-
schematic that shows the Cultex? Do we have a
yes, on the right-hand side, you got a typical cross-section of the Cultec chambers. What
Yeah,
it
but I mean-
actually is that they're the SC310s, which would be the way they are built. And there's also a cross-section on the drawing that shows you the driveway and walk as pervious paver details.
All right, so on the plans here, where am I seeing the Coltech? Oh, the Coltechs,
side.
they look like stairs. Okay, I thought those were stairs. Okay,
You see them?
I have a question, Mr. Galbert.
Yes.
On Saturday, we spent a little time discussing how you're gonna fill in up at the top of the gully there by where the old stairs are. And,
Yes.
and you have to build that retaining wall on looking at the picture on the left side. And as I understood our conversation, there was, maybe a section there at the top where it was going to be filled in, and then it would taper down toward the water like the rest of the lot would.
That is correct.
But I'm looking at this, and I didn't look at it Saturday, but it looks like the retaining wall goes for a section, and then it turns to the right and goes and butts up against the house. Is that what I'm seeing
That
there?
is correct. Actually would tie into the house foundation, right?
Okay, so the fill will be between those two walls, right? The filled-in area will
towards the-
stop at that cross wall?
Right, it would stop at that wall and the only place to fill is where the solid line is, right and above there would be from there to the roadway itself, which is South Shore Road.
Okay, so that
The rest of
wall,
it from
that
there-
wall that comes across and butts up against the house, how tall do you think that wall is?
That wall is supposed to be 4 feet by the time it hits the house.
Okay, and then from there towards the water, it will be relatively flat.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
I guess you need to see that in detail. I think there should be some elevations on the wall, because I can't tell that by looking at it.
Okay,
I understand what Dan was just saying. You see the wall is perpendicular to the house, but you have no idea what is the top of the wall on the most easterly side property line, as opposed to what is the elevation on the top of the wall where it hits the house. Like, there's nothing that
We could
indicates that.
Yeah, typically, Mr. Java, you'd give us the height behind the wall and the height below the wall of the.
okay, we
the
could
ground.
we could give you that detail of the
Yeah.
wall itself.
Oh, and by the
What
way,
it is it actually starts out from, if you go up near the property line,
Yeah.
the wall itself is actually at 0 elevation, and then it comes down to the lowest end, and that brings you up at 4 feet, that would actually be the top right there would be at 488.
right,
And then it'd come across there and then up to the, it would taper down to the other end, which that would be near the building itself would be somewhere around 483.
the other thing too is we want to, do we know what is the wall gonna, is it gonna be concrete? Is it gonna be Versa block? What's it gonna be made of?
I would assume to be concrete.
Okay,
Yes, yes, it would be a retaining wall from the blocks.
okay, because we
You-
need to, we need to know that too. We need to know exactly what that's gonna be consisting of.
Mhm.
And then, so it's gonna be level, eventually level with the street?
Yes,
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, and then are you doing lawn at the top there? Or landscaping or anything like that?
lawn, grass.
Okay, okay. All right. Now, as far as is the yellow lines here, those are your erosion controls, Mr. Jalbert?
That is correct, yep.
The erosion?
What we did is we encompassed the complete lot on the east and west and south sides with a erosion control barrier in that. And then because of the slope and everything on the site, and as a safety precaution, what we did is we added a turbidity curtain along the shoreline as a secondary control area within the lake for any event that any siltation went through the erosion control barrier, which is on the shore.
Okay. I'm going to request that you put a straw wattle and silt fence across the street. Because there is such a grade and there is a wetland across the street that's protected.
Yes.
So you're gonna
Yeah,
have,
the wetland is actually shown where it is. And there's if you look that where the paved driveway is, that we have called 100-foot buffer zone, which is right at the corner of the garage itself. That's the 100-foot from the existing wetland off of South Shore Road, which
Yes,
that's also flagged.
I know, but at the street, across the street
Yeah.
from the project, I would
Yeah,
like,
we can do that.
all right, 25 feet across. And I'd like you to be, orange silt fence and straw wattle
Okay,
for your project.
Okay.
okay.
Joey, don't you think that this is one of those cases where the erosion control should be moved? I feel like being at
Yes.
the edge of the water, once, I mean, it should really protect this flood zone. There's no reason to be playing around in there.
Yeah, yep. There should be a sequence, like phase 1, it should be tucked close, like at the 25 buffer. You know, or a little bit closer, and then once the development, it needs to move towards the water line, or at least encompass that flood area for a little bit. And then, you know, I mean, during the summertime, unless we have a wet season, I mean, you really don't have to worry about that flood zone area really that much unless it's a wet season. And we let you know, hey, you should probably, you know.
I was thinking more to keep equipment out of that area than anything
Yeah.
else.
Yeah, there'll be no equipment in that area at all.
Yeah, no,
Easier said than done.
Yeah, I'm the one
That
with.
makes a nice limit of work if it's closer to the structure and not
so
at the edge of the water.
given the history of this particular property, I'm just gonna say that let's focus on the house, Merrick.
Okay.
And let's have you come back for your dock, and we'll just do an amendment to your order for your
Okay.
chapter 91, okay? So
Mhm.
that way we can get you going with getting your arborvitae's in and satisfying some of the stuff. I would try to satisfy the stuff that is from the old order first,
Mhm.
if you can. And then that clears some of that stuff. And then, you know, get going with your house. And then if, you know, things are working out fine during the summer, you know, we can then do an amendment on your order, and we can roll your chapter 91 permit into this permit. Because
Okay.
it's an open NOI.
Mhm.
And the state just wants you to have an NOI.
Okay,
And what we can do is we can attach the 91 to this NOI.
okay, that's fine, that's fine. As long as we can move
Okay.
along, that would be great.
Yeah.
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 Oh, I have a question.
Sure.
On the 4-foot wall running to the foundation,
Yeah.
are we having steps there?
You should.
Yes, there will be steps, yes.
Doesn't show it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, we're gonna be still talking about this, so can we hold questions until we get to that point when I open it up to the public?
Sure, sure.
All right, thank you. So, well, I mean, there's a question there. Steps are gonna be in there.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
that's another thing for Mr. Jalbert. He'll have to put those
Yeah,
steps on the plan.
Thank you, Mr. Russo. So steps on there, Mr. Jalbert. we would probably want, on the next iteration of your plan, what your, I just lost my thought here. Michelle, help me out.
What, the erosion controls
Yeah, erosion controls across the street, we'd want to see them.
and the,
Yeah.
we want a construction sequence and an
Construction
explanation of the
sequence,
movement of
yes.
erosion controls to protect that flood
We
zone.
also, yes, we want to know exactly what the retainer wall is made of. We'd want to know, exactly what's going where, like grass is here. You know,
The steps coming down from the wall.
underneath your proposed deck, what are you doing underneath your proposed deck, Merrick?
Most likely it would be just another deck. We don't really like pavers, so it's gonna be like a floating deck type of deal.
Okay, like, tracks?
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
It'll be
all
at
right.
the level, the ground level,
Okay,
and also
all
on
right.
the top as well.
Okay, so we would just need a note in the plan that says that,
Okay,
so we know that. And you'd probably want to do, crushed gravel underneath that.
yes,
so
yep,
that
yep,
So it can percolate.
yep.
You
What's
know,
the
just how things are being built, like, you know, like in the construction,
Mhm.
you know, like how things are being built. See here, are you having I know you're having a driveway. Is there a garage with this?
Yes, there's
house?
a garage. So right where you have the driveway, right there,
Okay.
there's a garage.
Okay,
Yeah,
All
right. Yep.
okay. So you're gonna have a walkout basement?
Yes.
Okay.
So the walkout basement would be the also trucks. Like I said, we don't really like the pavers.
Okay,
The pavers, so it'll be truck, and underneath will be gravel, like you said, and then on the top will be also truck as well as on the top floor.
okay.
So,
So s-
Joey, can you point out the garage? I'm confused. It looks like it's supposed to be pervious pavers, but is that where the garage is?
No, no, no.
No, it's just,
Yeah.
yeah, it's where the 100-foot buffer, where it says 100-foot buffer twice, it's that's where you're gonna drive in.
Yes, that is a garage. Yes.
Oh, so that's a driveway, but then the garage is at the end of it? It's just
Yeah,
not really
yeah.
shown. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry,
it's,
I was confused.
Mr. Jalbert's just showing on this plan, the grade that it's currently at.
Okay.
When you're looking from the street view,
Yep.
left side would be the garage and right side would be entryway.
Okay,
Joey, I have a couple of questions about what's going on the east side of the house.
Yep.
Adjacent to the right of way. I don't see any proposed grading whatsoever beyond that wall.
that's because there's where the right of way is, it's kind of like an old little trail that goes along there, and there's gonna be nothing going on there. It's just they're gonna plant arborvitae sort of on kind of like a hillside there.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there'll be no grading taking place in the right of way.
No,
What about grading?
No,
adjacent to
Karen,
the
No,
house?
there's,
if you're
there's
there,
no, there's
Karen,
no
and you look,
grading in.
Hold on. Too many people talking. Dan, go ahead.
yeah, if you're there and you look, the left side, looking at the picture here, that left side property line,
Yeah,
way up on top of the bank,
right.
and it's steep, and there's no, actually, nobody walks along the bank, they walk up on the top. So there's no grading because it's gonna stay the way it is.
Okay.
Put the Cultec in now.
Yeah, where the Caltech is shown, that's relatively flat, but if you move left from there, it goes rapidly uphill.
If you remember, Mary, where the Caltech is, we asked him to put in a ton of wood chips. There's like a ton of wood chips in there.
Yes, good memory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And grass.
Yes.
But is one of those trees up in that cul-de-sac actually in the right of way?
No.
No,
Certainly looks like it.
yeah, there'll be no trees that are going to be removed on the right-of-way side. Oh, not
Oh.
right-of-way, the Curie Island Club property.
Okay.
No more removal, only adding.
Well, there are 4
Please
Oh,
trees.
we have to
add.
remove.
Yeah.
When you're looking
There
at
are
the,
trees marked for
Removing-
removal in the flood zone.
Yeah, there's a
Removing
bunch
for
of
the
trees
house.
to be removed, yeah.
Removing for the house, only adding after that.
yes,
What do these 2 down near the water have to do with the house? There's 4 in a row there?
yeah,
Yeah.
so those trees are dead, and the last one got hit by lightning last year.
4 are dead.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right, I remember that.
Every single one of the trees that we marked are dead, and the gentleman that we did the site visit with, he can confirm that. I mean, they pretty much, they dead.
So are we, Mary, do you know if we're 30% natural vegetation, native vegetation?
We probably are not, I'm sure we're not. So yeah, this, unfortunately, I guess we permitted this before we were aware of that.
So you think we're already not at 30%?
Well, the whole lot's already been cleared. So, except for a little bit along the edge here. And when you remove basically it looks like, as far as I can tell, every other tree is gonna go on the lot. I mean, these are new ones going in here, I think.
All right, then we're gonna have to press upon, replacement, you're like, we're gonna have,
The right, down toward the water, if you're looking from the dock toward the land, on
Mhm.
that right-hand side, is that already clear cut?
That's staying, no, that's staying,
Yeah.
the tree's staying.
Yeah, but these ones are going, right?
Yes,
Yeah, so there's only like one remaining here and all these are going.
yes,
All of
and
these are going.
if you look from the water on the right-hand side, there's more trees, but you can't really see it on the picture, that are not going.
So I think somebody's got to try to figure out where that 30% comes.
Yeah. Yeah, this lot has been, and I think, I guess we haven't asked him to do the calculations, but my hope was that this whole flood zone becomes natural again. I don't think it'll be 30%, but it will be something.
no, because you're gonna have, it's a lake property, you're gonna have people over, you're gonna have people walking on it, and
Well, yeah, I assume there can be a path, but in my mind, this should be planted with shrubs and not be disturbed and have a path through to the dock. That's how I see it. But
I think we need to, we're gonna have to work with Mr. Rudnicki on getting some buttonbush and blueberry, and really, let's really vegetate the shoreline area.
Yep.
And Merrick, we'll like, if you look up some of the wetland shrubs, there's some really nice ones.
Mhm.
And they won't grow huge, like buttonbush is a really nice one. And it gets these really big white orbs in the right around July, I think.
Yep.
It's really nice, they're fragrant, and you gotta get this revegetated.
No, I mean, we of course, I mean, we all, me and my wife, we like flowers, and this, again, we don't like just not having anything. It's gonna be grass and flowers and trees
Yeah,
around.
but the town has a bylaw that you have to, we gotta get you back into compliance here, and we
Yep.
understand that you're building a house.
Yes.
But your predecessor really put you in a bad spot.
Yeah, no.
So,
No, I know.
and plus, the Kildare Island Club and the 2 neighbors, I mean, it's just, it's unfair to a lot of people.
Mhm.
So, we'll we'll help you along, but we really need you to work with us on this.
Absolutely.
So-
You know, yeah, absolutely.
Joey, in the middle of that flood zone, there's an indicator they're gonna remove a stump. We don't want it removed. Ground, maybe, but not removed.
Yeah, that should be ground down.
Yes, that will be grounded. I'm not gonna remove it with a machine. It will be grounded.
That, no,
All
I
my
would
stumps will be
ground-
most likely grounded.
Yeah, I
It
would-
says remove on your plan. So you gotta update the plan.
yeah. So ground down, let's think about and figure out how, you know, Mary, I can, if you want to talk with me, we can think about ways to help Merrick on revegetating this area.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you've been taking some notes on what Mr. Jalbert needs, and I hope Mr. Jalbert's been taking some notes on what is needed for the next iteration of the plan.
So
all right.
I think we got a little bit off track here in terms of procedurally. So we have two things to do. One was close out the old order of conditions. And second was, we never even opened, this hearing hasn't been officially opened for 69. So we've been kind of discussing
so we
both of
need
them
to-
at the same time.
Yeah, so why don't we close out the certificate of compliance, because we know that the items we just discussed are officially gonna go on this one after we just had this discussion and everything. Michelle, you feel better now about this?
No,
Okay,
no, because the dock thing is still the dock thing. We're now giving more time to get a dock.
The dock is gone. There's no more dock.
no, there's no more dock.
I took it out.
The dock is out and
Yeah, I don't have pictures of the dock.
And I
being
told,
gone.
and I told him that he'll come back to us as an amendment to the new order, to the new NOI with the proper documents, and we'll have to approve a doc at a later date.
Joey, I feel like we could set ourselves for the same situation again, because the plantings happen at the end, the dock happens at the end, and we've already been down this road.
Michelle, I would
Right.
point out at the moment, he can't do chapter 91 because he doesn't have an NOI.
He does have an NOI with
He
it.
does not. The previous owner had it. That goes away when the ownership changed.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, no, Fred, we have a new NOI. We have a new NOI. That this is the plan for the new NOI.
Right. But what I'm saying is, we have to roll the chapter 91 to the new NOI. Because
And we're
the
not doing that right now.
old NOI is for the previous owner. Unless I'm missing something here. The only mechanism available is to put it on the NOI that we are currently looking at.
I don't believe that's true, but it doesn't matter what I believe. I'm not gonna change anybody's mind, so.
Well, what do what do we want? How do we want to handle this? I'm open for discussion here.
I thought that the rest of the committee decided how they wanted to handle it last time when we voted, that moving things over was okay to them. Right? That was the vote, was to move things over.
I mean, I felt that it was, I would be okay putting those things onto a new NOI. But
Right.
not taking, his dock is out. He does not have a dock. He does not have a license for a dock. The other one never got licensed. So he right now does not have a license for a dock. So if he puts the dock in the spring, like we could issue, he's in violation. So
But that dog is gone. That dog is on a trailer and is gone, so.
All right, well, let's move on the COC. So do we have a motion for certificate of compliance for DEP number 323-1089?
And the unfulfilled conditions on that one will be moved to the new one. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll make the motion to close that one.
Okay, Dan with the first. Do I have a second?
Second, I second it.
Robin with the second.
Ms. Cirillo,
No.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
No.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes.
So 2 noes, Mr. Brown and Ms. Cirillo. But the vote passes.
All right. Opening. Dan, can you please read 69 South Shore Road filing?
Wait a minute. South Shore Road. Oh. What is it you want, Joey?
I need you to formally open
Oh, for
69 South Shore.
in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act. This public hearing is being held on a notice of intent filed for 69 South Shore Road, the construction of a single-family home.
All right, so we have just discussed pretty much all of 69 South Shore Road.
There might be comments from the public.
Yes. We discussed the retainer wall. There will be stairs. We discussed that there will be moving of the erosion control. There's going to need to be a turbidity curtain, orange construction fence, and straw wattle. 25 feet of straw wattle and orange construction fence across the roadway, across the street from this project. One thing I don't see here that is going to be needed, Mr. Jalbert, is before the driveway goes in, construction entrance of it should be bigger than 3/4 inch stone. I find that 3/4 inch stone does not get mud out of large construction vehicle tires. So maybe something like I don't know, 1 to 2 inch stone.
Okay.
See your Coltex are in there, that's good. We will work with Merrick to get you back to in compliance with the town's bylaw on getting revegetated.
Yep.
But first and foremost, Mary, we need to get the conditions that were not met on the previous COC to be met before anything else on this NOI. those should be, in red in the special order.
So, I mean, this is a question for the commission. I mean, some of these things are like planting trees. I mean, I think maybe the stuff down here can be planted, but the stuff along the side, you might have to wait to plant it. I'm not sure until the house is done. That's a question I have for the board.
I think what down near the water, plantings, trees and whatnot, as far as sequencing, should be done. And it should be done and over with, and then that's it. Like, whatever, as far as tree, whatever's dead for trees, it's done, those are taken out. The, no pulling of the stumps, they're all ground down. I think, given the size of the trees that are coming down and the fact that we gotta get this revegetated and a canopy back in here, 2-inch caliper trees need to go back in there. I think that we need to be looking at the shoreline area on both sides and be looking at least, 6, maybe 6 plus, button bush, spice bush, low bush, high bush, blueberry on both sides. Space them out. Now, the tree that's on the right side where the shed once was, is that tree due to come out too? Or was that being left? Mary?
No, that's being left.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, your shed, are you keeping your shed?
I don't have a shed. We never build a shed.
Okay.
There's no shed at all. at this
Are
point.
you planning a shed at all?
What's my options? How about this?
No is the good answer.
I mean, I really don't have much room as it is.
You don't.
So I
You
would
don't
say
know.
no. I would say no at this point, because I just don't have enough yard as it is.
You don't? I would probably utilize your garage as effective as possible.
Yep, that's what we were thinking.
And, I mean, you got,
To be honest with you, I don't think we have room for the shed, so
I mean,
I would say no.
you could find a way, maybe near the retaining wall or something, so. Anyway, yeah, getting that area revegetated is really important.
Yeah.
And we can help you out with some species and whatnot. And size and whatnot. That's critical.
What is that
Oh.
square next to that tree, Joey?
I'm sorry,
The tree that you were talking about, what is the square next to it?
that was the original shed. That's why I was
That's the
asking if you.
shed. Oh,
shed.
okay, because it looked I
Yeah.
was expecting it to be bigger, sorry.
Yeah. So. Stockpile, the stockpile is gonna need an erosion control around it when it's there. My question is, are you really gonna need a stockpile though? I mean, given this lot, I mean, if you need one, it should be surrounded by a wall. Really should be covered, actually, given the fact that you've got a steep slope on the other side there going to a wetland, so.
Yep.
The plans show a stockpile area. Around the stockpile area is a erosion control barrier completely around the stockpile area.
Okay, yeah,
That's on the plan now.
all right. Commissioners, anything else?
Joey, is he putting on to this one, chapter 91? Because this drawing currently shows a dock.
Not at this one. Mr. Jalbert, I would take the dock off for your next iteration of the plan.
Okay,
And then, when we're further along, and Merrick is ready to do his dock application, he can come back to us and what we can do is an amendment to this application. And we'll review his dock application at that point before he submits it to the state.
Okay,
yeah, okay.
So, all right, commissioners, Mary, do we have a number on this one?
Yes, it's DEP file number 3231222.
Okay, we're still not
Was
gonna be able to
issued,
use it because there's so many changes on it. We got a bunch of
It's what
changes to
now?
the plan.
On this one here, we will make the changes on this plan, yes.
All right, so we're gonna make, I would suggest that we make the changes. You make the changes, and then on the 4th, we'll hear it one more time, Eric,
okay,
and we'll close this out. And any final issues, we can, between now and then, we can work out, and then it'll be all set.
okay, great. That'll be great.
Okay?
Yep,
Very good.
And then we'll take public comment at that point, okay?
okay.
Okay,
All right. Commissioners, can I get a motion of continuance for 69 South Shore Road to April 4th?
I'll make the motion to continue the hearing on 69 South Shore Road until April 4th.
All right, Dan with the first,
I'll second.
Michelle with the second.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes,
Mr. Brown,
Yes,
Mr. Bach,
Yes,
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. All right. Folks, we're rounding the bend here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Merrick.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Mr. Jalbert, thank you very much.
okay,
All right.
yeah.
So, all right, we're on to discussion items here. And we've got 29 South Point Road, minor modification to let me see here. Yeah, the Marku Manor. Eric, how are we doing?
Hello. Hi, board.
Hey, Eric.
So, this was construction of the wall, inland. Eric's wall is, because of, issues with, the, footing, they had to move the wall inland, and when they moved the wall inland, they actually found another footing, which is actually, correct me if I'm wrong, better than the original other footing.
So partially, when we started the first half, if you don't mind if I jump in.
The floor is yours, sir.
This project, as you know, has been going on for about a year, and I wish I had known then what I know now. On the last meeting, I couldn't really discuss it, but we did switch contractors midway through the project, weren't happy with the way things were going. The footing was not good. We had our first storm, basically the wall that our first contractors put in was starting to be undermined already in just the first storm. So we had to go back into the property. So we came back about 3.5 to 4 feet. So on the first side where Mary's showing on the picture, the turbidity curtain set up there, we did find a second footing and we were able to place that wall on that footing. Once we got to the other side of the stairs, there actually isn't a footing. So we had to do a foot of crushed stone in its place. We actually sunk the wall down about a foot in behind the footing we were supposed to originally go on, to use that footing as kind of a barrier. And so we're basically down lower than we were before, a foot. We did add a foot cap to compensate for that. Instead of, our original plan was a 3-inch cap. And we're just running along the rest of the property now, so. I think that's pretty, the only other thing that I'd really like to be fully transparent. I know that the board was looking for the wall to have a 3 to 6 inch difference between grade and the lawn, for the wall to be 3 to 6 inches higher. Because we had to sink the wall down in order to make it secure, because it wasn't on the footing on the other side of the stairs. We're not going to quite meet that. We are higher than it was before. It's kind of level with the lot, maybe a little bit above. I did have my contractor put another level of 2-foot blocks on top to see what it would look like, but it basically put us 1.5 feet above the lawn, and from the lake just looked awful. It was just a big block, awful wall. We are adding the planter beds around the entire property at the perimeter of the wall. So I'm hoping that the drainage from that will be sufficient for the change made, and with that aspect of the grading.
So when I visited the property, Eric, I was there when everything all, it was all coming apart, and he really needed to have work done right away. It was not in a good, like, it was terrible. It's I've seen it since, and it's looking really, really good. I mean, he made the right decision. I think that once it's done, it's going to be great. He's still going to have the lip on, that we require. It's not technically going to be that 3 to 6 inch, but I think with the planter beds, he's still gonna have that slow down of any water, which is good. But one thing I also want to bring up to the board is he was planning on doing 5-foot beds, but because he's lost about 4 to 5 feet of his property.
It was 3-foot beds, and we're going down to 2.
3 foot. So
Yes. Yep.
he's gonna shrink his beds down. So I want everyone to know that he's gonna shrink his beds down a little bit so that he hasn't lost all of his property due to this wall project. So he's come back from the lake, and he's doing the right thing, and he's being transparent with us, and
I feel bad because I bother Mary all the time.
you're doing the right thing, Eric, and I gotta applaud you for that. And we shouldn't, I'm someone that I feel that we shouldn't be punishing people that are doing the right thing, ever. It's unfortunate, and it just really sucks for people that have situations like this. So, and I just feel that this minor modification we should move forward with. The riprap,
I just have a question, Joey, about the wall.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Dan. Yeah.
I can understand that how it would probably look if you put another layer of block on top. It'd be sticking up like a prison wall, But what about the cap? Is it possible to double up on the cap?
The cap is 1 foot and the blocks are 2. So if you double up on the cap, it's the same.
Okay.
Same end result. Yeah. Yep. We did look at it. We had them place them up there and went out on kayaks to look at it, and it just looked like an intrusive. There are so many walls on the lake that are just eyesores. And I'd rather not have that be. We're on a peninsula that sticks out. I'd rather not have it just be a big wall, And the only other thing that I forgot to mention was, as Joey just said, the riprap being added to the front, but that's actually going on what used to be our property. So it's not really going into the lake, it's going on to our old footing and what used to be our land.
And they're actually using the right riprap. They're using like the 6 to 8 inch, and
Yep.
they're doing, you know, about three feet out and about 2 to 3 feet up. So it's going to protect. It's going to be like in perpetuity. It's going to be good.
And we're gonna clean up everything that was done with our old project and contractor, so.
Joey, I have a question about the photo that we're looking at.
Yeah.
The one that you can see the turbidity curtain. So I see the new block wall that looks like Legos.
Yeah.
And then it looks like there's snow. And then it looks like there's another wall. Was that the original wall?
No, that's actually, so those photos were from before the wall collapsed and fell apart. That's actually just blocks sitting on the lot that my contractor had sitting there ready to place.
Okay, okay.
And the,
Yeah.
on the bottom photo, Karen, you can actually see when they took, Mary, if you go up a little bit, and yeah, in the wall there, I mean, in the water,
Whoa,
that
okay.
there, when they took the original wall out, they
Oh.
found an old fieldstone wall behind it.
Wow.
And then his original contractor thought it was cool to just dump it into the lake.
Oh, well, I think a lot of it just, I don't think it was his plan, but was kind of beyond his scope of.
Yeah, just it crumbled in, and they planned to just leave it there. So,
That
anyways.
will all come out. A lot of it has been removed. The problem is we have to finish backfilling the new wall for my contractor to be able to get his equipment far enough out to scoop the rest of it out. It is clean fill. It's rock, but it's, yeah, we're obviously not going to leave it there.
So, yeah.
It's been a nightmare project.
Yeah.
So is he almost done, or how's it going?
He is. We're past the dogwood tree on the point. He had planned to be done by Wednesday, but it's so rough today. And I'm not quite sure if the wind's gonna die down tomorrow. And with opening things, he doesn't want further washout. So today he basically came this morning, the wind picked up and they took off. He just said it wasn't worth it. He wouldn't do it last week because everything was kind of left as a mud pit and he didn't want to risk equipment slipping into the lake. So he put it on hold last weekend. Hopefully by the end of the week, we'll be all buttoned up and done.
We like that guy if he's that cautious.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, he's been really good. It was nice to find somebody that, yeah. Yeah.
So Joey, the amendment is really for the change in the beds and the movement where the wall moved to?
Yeah,
And
it's for, yeah.
And the
it's
new
for-
cap and the riprap.
Yeah, so it's really very minor.
It's actually, we ended up, he started out thinking of doing an amendment, but we ended up deciding a minor modification was okay, I think.
Are there any plans that show this?
The new plan?
Yeah, is there any plans that represent what other that represents the modifications?
There aren't. I had paid a structural engineer for the last set of plans, but those plans wouldn't work because of the footing and the type of stone that was used under the wall in the first place was not sufficient, and that was what caused the washout in the first wall to collapse. And to be honest, I'm at $115,000 in this project thus far, and I could draw something up for you, but at this point, I can't really pay a structural engineer to do it again.
Well, and I guess, you know, one of the things we do have on this order is an as-built plan, and that might be important, especially for you, Eric. If the wall ever needs to be rebuilt and you want your land back, I mean, I don't know how that works, but I think there should be some documentation of what happened, probably somehow. And I don't know that it has to be an expensive as-built, or the commission needs to decide how to deal with it, but somehow it should be documented.
If you go out on the Webster GIS, you can get a print off a copy of your plot plan and just mark off where the original wall was and mark off where the new wall is actually going in and list the differences between them. So that at least that way there is a reasonable record of what's happened.
Well, the good thing is the original footing is still there. It's the barrier for my new wall. It's sunken down behind it. So if there was ever a question, the base of my old wall, the original wall, is right in front of the new wall. It's still there. That's the wall from the 40s. When the property was originally developed.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that this way there is actual records with the town of this is what happened. So, 30 years from now, they're not guessing. You can actually say, yes, here's a picture of it before. Here's where the wall is now. Here's how much we moved it back in.
Yep.
And that's pretty simple. Basically you just print it off. That's free. And you get out with your really fine Sharpie.
All right. And yeah, that's perfect. That's easy. So I think the biggest addition is just the riprap, but the wave action here is so intense that it's really necessary.
It's that narrows, and people follow. I mean, they really follow the speed limit through that narrows. You know? You don't have to worry about that.
Today it was the Atlantic Ocean.
Today we were on the ocean.
All right, so we need a motion to approve the minor modification for DEP number 323-1207, the Marquette project.
I'll make that motion.
Fred with the first.
Second.
Dan with the second.
Ms. Sherillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. All right. So Eric, you are all set for now, and good
Thank
luck
you
with the
very
rest
much.
of the project. Keep us updated.
Yeah, I'm sure Mary will hear from me 25 more times before it's done, but.
All right.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Bye,
Thank
Eric.
you.
Stay safe.
Have a good night. All right.
You too. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we have Mr. Rob Kirsch up for the Loveland Road paving project. DEP number 323-1143. I can guarantee that this will be a safe meeting for Loveland Road.
Maybe, Bob, are you here?
And I said,
Maybe he fell asleep.
Yeah, it shows as muted.
I hope our ratings aren't that bad.
Bob, unmute.
Mr. Mr. Kirsch, you there?
You there?
All right, so we've already, to the board, some of you are new, we've already heard this project. And this project has already been approved by the commission. What we're looking at now and approving is the erosion control setup for Loveland, because Loveland is going to be paved, which it desperately needs. So I am assuming, do we have Mr. Kirsch? I think I saw him on mute.
Yes, I'm
Hi.
here.
Hi, Bob, how are you?
Good evening, everybody.
So I'm going through here and I'm assuming that the orange is your erosion control line?
Correct.
Okay. So what we're looking to do tonight is to approve your erosion control line?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, so Joey, he's got two, I mean, the orange is a regular straw wattle
Okay,
and probably silt fence. We didn't talk about that though. And then the blue is flock sock or, you know, it's where it's especially close
Close to the cove.
to the cove. And to orient everybody, this is 31, this is 33. And so there's,
Is that straw wattle, the orange one, right along the edge of the road? Right along the dirt right away?
Yes, that's going to be where the paving ends. So we'll have the straw wattles to prevent anything from going beyond.
The pavement will go right up to the erosion control.
Right up to the erosion control, correct.
Yeah, that's the uphill side when you're looking at it.
Yeah.
And the flat logs are being put on the downhill side.
have they done any grading yet, Bob?
Is there going to be any grading?
Well, have they done the grading yet?
No, nothing's been
Okay.
done, nothing at all.
Okay.
They don't have erosion controls yet.
Nothing has been done yet.
Okay. I'm just curious as to, you know, because I, from what I remember, there's one or two little kind of swales that, you know, either the town put in or someone had kind of put in.
Yeah, there's one near the
And-
state, there's a piece of state property. Remember, we met that elderly woman that wanted to fix it.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering if you're still having, if are there areas where you're still having water issues that maybe we should try to address, you know, if you're kind of going this route, you know, maybe a little, they could put like a little apron and let the water kind of drain off that section.
Drain off where, Mr. Chairman?
Like, you know, I think somewhere around the bend over here, there's like a little swale that kind of jets off. And, you know, maybe they can put like maybe a 12-inch little kind of like a apron. And when the water on the roadway, you know, it kind of conveys the water to get out onto, sort of head that way and kind of get onto the lawn.
Are you talking something like a berm? Is that what you're mentioning?
Not necessarily a berm, but it's sort of a conveyance for the water to sort of you know, the water goes along, it goes on the roadway, and then when it gets to the side of the road, it's sort of a little apron that it takes the water and it sort of it channelizes it and it gets it out onto the grass
Yeah.
that's there.
Joey, I think if there are issues like that anywhere along that stretch, then the appropriate property owners should talk to the town before the paving starts and advise them that there is an issue and to hopefully do something to lessen it if they can.
Well, I don't know if this has anything to do with what you're discussing, but
Yeah,
in front of 29, which is the Raps home,
yeah,
across the road,
yeah,
it's all mud. And they,
yeah. I think that's probably the house I'm thinking of.
yeah, they store their boat over there and they park over there when they need parking. But I believe that the Raps want to pave that as well, which really doesn't have anything to do with the paving of the road.
Yeah.
But while there is work going on, they've talked about possibly, and this is not carved in stone, but they've talked about that they might like to pave that area as well.
Well,
It's a mud puddle.
yeah, if they did that, then they would, that spot is 2 or 3 cars wide and goes back toward the bank that goes down to the swamp. So if they wanted to pave it at some time in the future, they'd have to come see us.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with the paving of the road, but that's something that they would probably want to do at the same time.
Yeah,
If
I
not-
think yeah, all of the residents along the road, everybody knows it's going to get paved this year.
Yeah.
If there's any concerns by the property owners, they should make sure they talk to the town before this happens
Okay,
and have things, if there's really serious issues like water running onto their property or something, they should try and address that before the town gets out there and starts laying down asphalt.
Yeah,
well, the town isn't doing it from my understanding.
Yeah, they're gonna contract it, I'm sure. But I'm sure Kenny Pizzetti at the Highway Department would probably be the person to talk to.
Okay, I've spoken to Kenny over the years as far as doing the spring and fall
Grading?
grading of the road. So I've met Kenny.
Isn't the property across the street owned by the Commonwealth?
Most of it.
So how can somebody pave across the street when they don't own it?
Well, I can't speak to that. I don't know whether the Commonwealth owns that or whether it belongs to a resident.
Karen, can we just go a couple months? Can we just go a couple months? Just a couple months, please.
It's so fresh in my mind, Joey.
Starting to shake, yeah, I'm starting to shake. So flock socks are a great idea in these close proximity areas, definitely. Across the street, definitely straw wattles. I think, I think that's a good idea. I don't think they're needed on both sides, because you've got the wetland on one side, and if anything were to be on the opposite side, it would just be on, it kind of goes uphill a little bit. So
It's pretty much all
just seep
uphill
into the soil.
on the lakeside.
Yeah, it would just seep into the soil, and it would be fine. But I think that this is okay. Now, is this the only section of, this is the only section that's not paved of the roadway?
Well, 23, 25, and a portion of 29 have been previously paved, but they're in bad condition, and the residents want what's there now torn up and repaved. So they have something that's nice as opposed to broken up and a mess.
Yeah. Well, this will be a really nice upgrade. I mean, boy, you guys are really moving uptown in that neighborhood recently.
Well-
This is gonna be nice for you guys this summer.
Yeah, well, I gotta tell you that my garage, I don't have to sweep my garage out. I shovel it out.
Oh,
All this mud that, gets carried down, and it's an ungodly mess. It's terrible.
yeah. But, so now when are you planning, when is this planning to happen?
Yesterday,
Oh,
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
yeah, sure.
It's Mrs. McAtarian, and I first want to make my confession. I was the one looking for blueberries earlier. I apologize. That was me. Sorry about that.
Well, I hope you got them.
Well, long story. But I wanted to raise just a question, I guess, for clarification, and Mary had answered me in writing as well. But I just want to make sure, that I'm a friend of the CC and want to do everything in conjunction with you. There's definitely one, if not two, potential trees in the way of this paving project. They are both trees that the former owner of 33 Loveland Road had been instructed by you all to move forward with the removal on.
Yeah.
But of course, they cut off the top of those trees and left, 10 foot or so of the existing trees. So Mary thought it might be a possibility, and I wanted to talk to the commission on that, of not having to go from scratch to have the approval of those dead trees to be removed, and that it could somehow be coupled with this project to move forward.
Well, if it's two, I mean, it can be, it can be an administrative approval. I mean, if they're dead, I mean, I don't know why you cut half a tree off and leave it the way that they were. I mean, they wouldn't regenerate themselves. I mean, I don't know what they were thinking. I mean,
Joey, can I ask a potentially insensitive question here that
sure
you might be able to use? Are there any existing open orders against 33?
I
That
actually
those
asked
were-
the same of Mary myself.
That those were picked up within, that we could potentially close out if things can be closed out?
Well, there were some, I believe, that were not sufficiently rectified with the commission. And in the purchasing process, I agreed to take on any burdens that were still involved and to work directly with the commission. And so I just messaged Mary today that I should be up in that area again by the end of April. And I should be able to do a walkthrough with her and see if there are any pending issues, because we want to, as you said, just finally wrap it all up and get it off the table.
Yeah.
Because my question kind of goes back to those trees. If they weren't addressed correctly, was that something that we were pursuing through?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
Been on for, that must have happened quite a few years ago.
No, because what I remember, Fred, was they cut the trees, and then what they did was they lined the roadway, and then they threw the debris all over the place, and it looked like a ungodly mess. And then we asked them for months and months and months to come to a meeting, and then they finally came, and it was actually my first time dealing with them. And Joe Kunkel said to me, he's like, "You're gonna have a lot to deal with these ladies. I'm telling you, you're gonna have and I just laid them out, and they were like, "Well, what is debris? Like, what do you consider debris?" And I was like, "It's just get it out of there. That's what we're saying. Get it out of there. Understand? Remove it. This is what it says. You are to remove it. Understand?" And they were just, I don't know. I don't want to relive it.
No, please let's not.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I was hoping
believe
that might be an
this-
easy, clean avenue that we could use.
Yeah, I
rather than
think
opening something.
the discussion in the past had been that the commission had recommended the removal of those trees because they were dead.
Yeah.
And when the tops of the trees had been cut off, instead of the removal, then they were questioned on that, and they came up with some arborist from somewhere that said, "Oh, there's life still in those trees." Well, I've been there since 2011. There's no life in those trees. And I just want to make sure that our paving construction project doesn't get held up because now there are these trees in the way. I want to be able to get them out of there.
Yeah, no, since they're dead, I mean, an administrative approval, Mary
Okay.
could sit there and sign that very easily.
Yeah, I
Okay,
would,
very good.
That's exactly what it's designed for.
I'm in favor of issuing an administrative approval right away, Mary, for them to let's pave the way for these folks to live in peace.
Oh, he's punished.
If I may, I don't know if the commission is aware of this. Mary is. I do have a DEP number.
Yeah, but it won't help because technically it's not on your property.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about the trees. I have a DEP number to pave the road.
Oh, yeah, you're all set. We approved this project for you, if you remember, Mr. Kirsch, about 3 years ago when right before Mr. Kunkel passed away. So you're all set. Yeah, you're, probably, it was probably 2019, maybe 2018. It
I've
was a
been
while
working
ago,
on
I
it.
think.
I've been
Yeah.
working on this for 5 years.
Yeah, it's been a while. So. All right. Commissioners, any questions on erosion controls?
Nope.
All right, hearing none. Mary, should we just pull the board, or are we all set?
I think we just need a motion to approve the erosion control
All right.
plan.
Motion to approve the erosion control plan as depicted in this lovely map.
Joey, I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Aiden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second it and just point out that the usual rule of once the erosion controls are up, it does have to be inspected, just in case there's any last minute.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you,
I'm good.
Fred.
We're good with that.
All right, Hayden with the first, Fred with the second.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto, Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes,
Does anyone know when Dan left?
about a minute or two ago.
I think it was about like 4 minutes ago. It looked
Okay.
like he dropped off.
Thanks for catching that.
They had to one-up me, huh, Hayden?
A couple minutes there, Joey. It makes a difference.
Yes.
So
All
just-
right,
Just to the commission, everything I just heard is just music to my ears.
well, thank you, and listen.
Thank you.
You folks have been through a lot, and
You have no idea.
we're glad that brighter skies are here. So
Good.
you need anything, please call. We'll come down. Liz, I'd love to meet you at some point. So
Yes, sir. We'll be having a block party here pretty soon, once the spring actually rolls
get a
in.
neighborhood group together and,
Yeah.
and work together. It'd be so nice, refreshing. Mr. Kirsch, great to
Yes,
see you. All right.
thank
Have a
you.
great evening, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Mary, should we go through these two items here? Or you want to do your agent's report?
Maybe I'm thinking we can skip these two since it's kind of late. If you want, the agent report, I think the only thing that, well, there's a few things in here. We're going to be dealing with this. I talked to Joey, but I don't think most of you know about this Thompson Road. So where they're storing the boats now, they want to expand, and so they went ahead and did some cutting, unfortunately, already. So Ted has given them a stop work. They did cut very close to the wetland, potentially. Well, the wetland is delineated already by, I think, Ecotech. I can't remember, but they might have, I don't know whether they missed a spot or whether this is just low ground here. At any rate, so I walked the property with Rory. He's not going to do anything else. He had said it was mainly dead wood, but I think it was anything small, really, because there's a lot of the stuff wasn't dead. It was like anything 4 inches or under. It's pretty well cleared. Here's the wetland, the delineated wetland, and here's that low spot kind of near it.
Do we know that they paid to have Ecotech come out and do it?
Actually, let's see. Somebody gave me the delineation report on that. I'm trying to think.
That's what I was gonna say. We should really get the delineation report and be sure.
Right. So yeah, I'm not, that we need to kind of check on. So Steve Balsavich is doing the plans for this. They are going to submit a notice of intent. But one of the things though, now Fred, were you on the commission when they originally permitted the original one, wherever it is, the boat storage area?
I don't think so.
No, Joe Kunkel I remember, does anyone remember, he kept wanting to go back and look at this. Do you guys remember this?
I vaguely remember because I said to Joe once, I was like, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on back there. And Joe said to me, he was like, they're in a wetland back there. He's like, it's a wetland back there. I know it. Back there when I was a kid. Joe went everywhere when he was a kid. So
I love your cuckoo.
I, you know, unanimous.
So, and we're actually having trouble finding the order of conditions for this. I'm sure there was one.
Well, you know,
We found it on the, we found it.
in the registry.
Well, I've done a minimal, the hard part is the address, Michelle, because it's one of those 0 lot numbers.
Oh,
Yep.
come on, really?
And Rory, look, you can look up under Rory Duquette or under Lakeside. I couldn't find it. I didn't look too hard.
Are you sure it's not under Sue York?
I didn't try that.
Look under Sue York or Michael York, because her father owns, that was her maiden
Okay.
father was the owner of that. She inherited that when her father passed away of a heart attack.
Look at you, you're turning into Kunkel.
Well, I went to high school with Sue. Sue was a friend of mine from high school.
But I also
Yeah.
thought Fred had a magical way of looking up stuff because he found Loveland easier by doing some kind of magic.
But it might be under York.
Yeah, there are 20 pages of Yorks, just as a quick look.
I think her father's name was.
My magic formula,
You might need your magic formula.
I did it by the street with no number.
You just did.
It's kind of brute force, but it gives you everything.
Yep. That's how you did it. I knew you had a way that you did Loveland because that's a tough one to find.
Yeah, so that's just kind of a heads up, and the paper file, I can't even find the paper file, and that's kind of unusual. There must be a paper file somewhere. We haven't searched the whole office, but so that
But we lost Treasure Island for a while, so.
and what Ted remembers is that the Concom had wanted the entrance area to not be paved. And that's actually causing trouble because it's like a dirt road going in and it's getting dust on the neighbors. There's a lot of dust. So so as part of this project, they're gonna revamp this one too. And
Why
this
would
one,
the Concom not want that paved?
I have no idea. It may be impervious. That's the only thing I can think.
No, actually, when you end up with a dirt road like that, that gets considered to be impervious too, because it gets packed so tight.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, you're almost better to have it paved and have the water go to small little,
Retention pond of sorts.
yeah, like little detention areas and let it just perk.
Excuse me, folks, on the Conservation Commission.
Hi.
My name is Frank Yacino, and I'm wondering what happened to 70 Bates Point Road.
Oh,
That's been continued to next meeting for April 4th, sir.
I was under the impression it was going to be tonight, and I've sat here through almost 4 hours of listening to all you folks, and I didn't know it was canceled.
Oh, yeah, no, it's been, that was, motion for, continuance, good time ago.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yacino. I think they went back and forth with us today about whether or not they were going to present. So when I talked to you, I don't think I knew. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you very much.
Hopefully you learned something, sir.
Yeah.
We appreciate you being with us. We really do.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good night.
Good night. Son of a gun.
right, so,
Blueberries.
oh boy.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Anyway, all right, so long story short, they're filing an NOI, so we'll have to deal with this project.
Yeah.
So, Mary, before I forget, and we get into this mess, can you please check, that project that is behind that eyeglass place that Ted said that they're not near the wetland? Because if you drive down the highway, they're cleared all the way back to near the transmission line. And right next to where they're cleared, you can see Phragmites.
All right, you're gonna have to give me an address or something.
It's Worcester Road. That Worcester Road project where they're putting in the medical waste facility.
Okay, so that one, the medical waste part,
They're way back. I don't-
yeah, no, the
I'm
wetland, there is a wetland there, but I believe it's like 200 or 300 feet from where they're working. That's at least,
This didn't look it.
okay.
I'll pull over on the highway and take a picture and you'll be like, wow, that looks pretty
Okay.
close. If you just happen to check it, I mean, I'll go up there. I'll wear my badge and go up there.
Yeah, no, I can ask I can ask Ted what's
just-
going on there.
I
Yeah,
see it's the Phragmites are in the transmission corridor. And then just up green, you see clearing and it's like, I was looking at it and I'm like, how is that not 100 feet? That's about 50 feet.
okay. All right, I'll check that one.
So
They were supposed to be out of the wetland, but maybe they went further than they thought.
I think they may have gone further.
Yep.
So, all right, any other items?
Yeah, the items that I had brought up for discussion.
yes.
Yep, there you go.
So Karen has this beauty. Look at this marvelous science experiment that she's got going on next door to her home. It's essentially illicit discharge. Someone has a sump pump that is going right into the lake. Live algae, not just at the shoreline, it goes well, you can see well far out into the entire cove, live algae. So I had sent a comment to Mary that we should talk to Ted and have Ted check it out. And we should send a letter of cease and desist.
Why Ted?
Because Ted handles
Building?
Yeah, something building like that, right? Am I
No.
wrong, Mary? I mean,
Putting stuff in the water, why aren't we doing it?
yeah, but if the water needs to be redirected somewhere else, Ted would be involved for building.
Because it comes from in the interior of the building?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Water
Oh,
needs
God.
to go somewhere else. It needs to like go to the front of the house. It needs to go like into the street. It needs to get the hell out of the lake.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Yeah, first thing, one of the things that we need is we need to get that water tested to find out what actually is coming out. I mean,
I was
doesn't allow phosphates in almost anything for the past at least 3 years.
Well, that's what I was thinking. And the way it was acting at first, I was looking at this and I was like, geez, like, I think it's someone like, it sounded like, maybe the washing machine was empty. And then you stand there and for about 5 minutes, every like minute, it would just pump out. I'm like, yeah, that's a sump pump.
Yeah, it's probably a sump pump and possibly they're dumping their gray water into the sump pump,
Yeah, there's
which would be a health code violation.
No, the health attendant
Camille
of
went
town
down,
went
yeah.
there. She went down there and she's washed her hands of it.
Just by looking at it, she just looked at it and said, I'm not worried.
She made an official determination on it, so,
Seems like a
but-
water test is more official.
I kind of agree with that. I feel like we should do a water sample right from that source there and send it off to Alpha, but that's gonna cost us money.
Well,
Wouldn't you ask the homeowner to do that?
Why are we dancing around and just not telling the homeowner to stop putting stuff in the lake?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The first course of action is to send a cease and desist,
Yeah,
an immediate cease and desist.
yes, and that could be an enforcement if it doesn't happen, because it's clearly not supposed to be there.
Mm-hmm.
So
So,
who sends a cease and desist? Ted or the Conservation Commission?
No, that would be us because
Okay.
we handle water.
Okay.
so I'm
That's
just
what
trying to
wetland.
figure out how a cease and desist works here. Does that mean they have to pull the pipe out, or they have to turn their sump pump off, or
They
whatever
need
it
to-
is?
Yeah, they need to stop this, whether they put a black pipe on that and they turn around, they tip it up and put it onto the line and send it to the street or whatever, however they need to, but it needs to stop
Which you
going into the
can't
lake.
do. But I think,
Get a pool noodle and stick it on there and send it to the street. I don't care, but it needs to stop going in the lake.
yeah, so we should stop, tell them to stop. Maybe an enforcement order is probably a better approach. You gotta stop and you gotta come before us and tell us what the heck is going on. Right, that's normally.
I
how
would
we
love
do
to see it, but also, I agree with that completely, but and I don't know much about algae, but the fact that the algae now is, a third of the way into the cove, do they have any onus of cleaning it up?
Yeah. If they're the source of it, why wouldn't they have to fix it?
That really depends upon how the commission wants to handle that. It depends upon what the bacteria is. If there's a bacteria,
So, but Joey, what about if we do the enforcement and then we have them put something in the water to at least contain it? Right, a boom, or I don't know, something.
yeah, I mean, it can be a boom. I can guarantee more than likely that once the water heats up, and the sun gets strong, this is gonna end up dying off because that's usually what ends up happening.
Mhm.
The one thing that I did notice, Joey, and I don't know if you noticed this, and again, I don't know much about algae, how it lives or dies, but there is a lot of plant life that's like streaming from the sediment, reaching out into the top of the water. So,
And I'm actually pretty sure that might be fanwort underneath there, or it's actually invasive. If you could get me a strand of that, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure it's invasive.
so in all honesty, and again, because I don't understand the chemistry here, would the discharge create or encourage the fanwort?
Yes. And that's because what's in the sump pump, whatever is in what the sump pump is pulling from what's in the groundwater, whatever's in the groundwater, that is there's a lot of, like Fred said, phosphates, nitrates, and fertilizers. You see a lot of fertilizers on nice lawns. And that's a lot of what's in, prescription drugs, things of
So
that
I-
nature. It gets things going.
I think the onus is on them to test it and tell you what it is, because aren't there TMDL limits on what you can discharge into a great pond?
there are TMDLs on what you can discharge on, yeah, I mean, there's TMDLs on anything, but
Right. So
you can't discharge without a NIPIDS permit. So
Okay.
in essence, you can't discharge at all.
Right. It's like a circle. So I guess it's the enforced order or the cease and desist, and then, require them to do the testing, and you need to tell them what the limits are that they need to be testing for. And then
No, they can't discharge. It's against the rules.
I would
Say that
go with,
again?
I would, honestly, I think, Michelle, I think you got a point. I think we should let's just hit them with an enforcement order, Mary.
Okay.
And let's just knock it right there. I was thinking, going the nicer route of cease and desist, because that's what a lot of other communities use, but let's just, it's been going on, if this has been going on for a long time, let's just do, we have discovered this, we see this, here are the photographs, we know this.
Yeah, I
Here's-
first noticed it in 2019.
Yeah, this isn't. And if this is feeding a problem that the lake is consistently having, which is invasives, this isn't good. No.
And there are no circumstances under which you are allowed to discharge into the lake.
No. And you can't discharge, think about it. If you had a swimming pool, you can't backwash your swimming pool into the lake. Why
Right.
can you send your sump pump crap into?
In the 90s, we were all lake residents were forced onto town sewer so that
Yes.
there would be no discharge into the lake. So
And the new MS4, and then the next generation MS5 is gonna be tightening up stormwater so that less and less is going into our wetland resources so that our groundwater is cleaner. So, yeah.
Okay.
And
Be prepared.
I'd give them 1 week to get in touch with us, Mary.
Henry
Otherwise,
Henry Lane will be calling you immediately.
well, that's good. Have them call me.
Yeah, Ted knows him very well.
Well, that's
fine.
Yeah, no, I'm all for it. I don't like the looks of it. When I saw that there was vegetation growing, I was wondering if it was a contributor to an invasive species.
It looks like there's one there. We should probably try to reach in there because we have an open permit on the adjacent property. We can have access through that adjacent property and grab a sample.
I can grab something, sure.
And see if that's an invasive. I'm pretty sure I saw an invasive in there.
Okay, thank you.
I might be able to see from pictures. But it looked
then-
like, yeah, it looked like it was.
All right, so that's good. And then my other neighbor that has the jet ski ramp, you guys were gonna write a letter?
Yeah, I think people had given me edits. I just need to finish that up and send it out. So that will happen hopefully Thursday.
Okay, thank you. Be prepared to hear from Henry.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it for me, but thank you very much.
All right, folks, anything else? All right.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to ask Mary real quick. Did you hear anything else from Mr. Abbott and what's going on Colonial? Did he
Right.
hire?
Okay, yeah, so I did talk to, that's actually at the beginning of my agent's report. So I did update a few things up here. So Mr. Arnold will work with the commission, and then he did hire Glenn I talked to Glenn last week. He confirms that they're still working on the plans. And then the other one that Glenn's doing, when I had him on the phone, I gave him the third degree, was 195 Lower Gore Road. And he was having payment issues there, but I think the guy finally paid him, thankfully. And they're going to continue there. And that's the main updates. All this other stuff is kind of background that we might need, like the letter to Mr. There's a ton of things that our people haven't done yet, like Mr. Raps was supposed to, but we can't deal with that tonight. So
We gotta watch,
yeah.
There will be no paving on that other side of the road.
Yeah, so we'll just, it's good to have this list in front of us. It's just so we remember all these people like 271
Yes.
Killdeer, the docks. There's a whole bunch of people that are in trouble that aren't listening to us. So.
Yep.
I do have a question. Did the commission ever get around to dealing with that house demolition on the French River that of? with the
Yeah,
place
I
town owns?
thought of that the
Oh,
other
with the
day.
town?
Oh yeah, Ted's not, I think, I don't know, he either, the owner like still wants it, or Ted didn't end up possessing that property, I don't think. So that one's kind of lapsed. Yeah, that notice of intent is kind of lapsed.
Well, can we ask for, given the situation, can we ask for some erosion controls around that property?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Let's get some erosion controls around that property.
Well, I wish I remember the address. Where's that one?
Is that School Street?
Right at the bridge,
No.
at the
No,
corner.
Chase
of-
Ave. Chase Ave.
Oh, Chase Ave, thank you.
Yeah, it's Chase Ave, right at the bridge. Right next to Cindy's.
168 Chase Ave.
Oh, thank you, Michelle.
Look at, right on top of it, right at the fingertips.
All you have to do is look at projects under review. It's right there.
Just still click at 9:34.
All right.
Okay, are we good?
Good.
All right, Fred? Can I get a motion for adjournment, please, at 9:34?
Sure, I'll do the tradition. I'll do the tradition.
All right,
And
so,
Rocket seconds it.
and is that a second, Robin?
Yeah, what's a second?
Okay, all in favor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unanimous,
Unanimous.
unanimous. All right, have a
Good night.
great evening, everyone. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.